Chapter 12:17. Chu Feng was not afraid. In any case, there were rules here. Evolvers from the Harmony Prefecture camp could not bully the weak, or they would be severely punished. On the contrary, low-level cultivators could take the initiative to challenge high-level evolvers. Depending on the situation, they might even be encouraged and rewarded. It was because those who could unearth geniuses who could fight across great cultivation realms, fighting against those above. This was something all of the old fellas wanted to see. They needed these types of heaven-warping geniuses. You talking to me? Do you want to die? Divine King Chi Feng of the nine-headed bird race said coldly. Even his pupils had turned dark red. He was extremely terrifying. In an instant, a formless pressure was about to explode. Who dares to act recklessly? Right at this moment, an aged shout sounded out. Chi Feng snorted and retracted his Divine King aura. Divine Kings qualified to come here all had boundless potential and had the possibility of becoming celestial venerables. Therefore, people like Chi Feng were very conceited and arrogant. Even if he was scolded by the old man in the dark, he didn't care. He felt that he would rush into that realm sooner or later. At this moment, the three-headed divine dragon Yun Tuo spoke. He looked at Chu Feng and said sinisterly, "Chowda, you're young, but your temper isn't small. I think you'll die soon. Those who lack respect for gods and divine kings won't live long." This was an undisguised threat to intimidate. Chu Feng sneered. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're great because you're a god? Don't worry. I'll rush to your level soon and teach you how to be a person. In fact, I love slaying dragons. Also, does the nine-headed bird race think they're superior? Sooner or later, I'll enter the 11th Forbidden Zone to see what's inside. Didn't your nine-headed bird race come from there? Don't provoke me, or you'll regret it. At that time, it won't just be the nine-headed bird race that's in trouble. Even that Forbidden Zone won't be safe." Yin Tuo and Chi Feng were stunned. This Chowda was too arrogant. Not only did he not respect them, he even dared to threaten them in public. He had even threatened to destroy the forbidden area. There were many people nearby, and they were all speechless. This youth was too arrogant. The degeneration is indeed arrogant. Someone sighed. Qingyin was also startled and looked at him again and again. At this time, the monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao squeezed over and pulled Chu Feng away. They felt that this brother of theirs was like a firecracker that would explode at the slightest spark. He was too good at causing trouble wherever he went. They dared to kill the descendants of powerful races. So couldn't they be more low-key? In particular, he even said something like sweeping through the forbidden lands. That would make him a laughingstock. Even Li Xingshou would not dare to be so arrogant at this age. Reckless fool, you dare to threaten me? Don't stay alive to absorb the Tao-melting grass here. If you don't have the life to go out, I think you're going to die a violent death. You won't live for long." Chi Feng directly said such words. This meant that he was definitely looking for an opportunity to kill Chowda. In reality, regardless of whether or not there was a conflict today, he would still look for an opportunity to do so. After all, his clan brother, Nine-Headed Bird, was killed quite miserably and almost died, and his sworn brothers were even more so completely wiped out. Who are you threatening? At this time, Chu Feng didn't speak. A handsome figure stood out and walked towards this place. Heaven and earth resonated with him. Golden symbols lingered in front and behind him. It was as if the light of the great Tao covered his body. It was extremely terrifying. It was the divine king of the six-eared macaque race, Mi Hong. It had to be said that the race's talents were frightening. There were only a few clansmen in total, but this time, all three of them were on the list. It was a miracle that three of them were born in this generation. That was because their fertility rate was terrifyingly low. How many years would it take for a bloodline to be born? Mi Hong, we'll fight sooner or later. Don't be in a hurry. I'll slowly settle the score with your six-eared race. Chi Feng said coldly. Who do you think you are? The nine-eared race is nothing. Others might be afraid of you, but my race isn't. Isn't it because we have the support of the Forbidden Zone? If you have the guts, let the creatures of the 11th Forbidden Zone come out. Mi Hong said coldly. He had an imposing appearance and stood there like a javelin, blocking in front of Chu Feng, the monkey, and Peng Wanli. At this time, Chu Feng felt guilty. Last time, he had confronted Mi Hong in the Wasteland Arena. Who would have thought that not long after, Mi Hong would stand up for him? He decided that he would gently reveal the truth in the future. Otherwise, Mi Hong might vomit blood after learning his background and finding out that he was G-Dade. The monkey spoke up for his big brother, saying, "Brother, do I need you to deal with him? Leave him to me. I don't think he has a chance to become a celestial lord within 100 years. When I become a divine king, I'll smash all 9 of his heads." "Very well, you bunch of madmen. We'll settle this sooner or later. None of you can escape," Chi Feng said coldly. The 3-headed divine dragon, Yin Ta, smiled faintly and said, "You can't see the bigger picture. There are some people you can't afford to offend. When the time comes, history will prove everything. You've stood on the side of the wrong person. When the time comes, not only will you die, but the races behind you will also be annihilated." Chu Feng sneered and said, "You're talking about yourself, aren't you? I'm destined to become the ultimate evolver. There's really no glory in annihilating you. History might record that you're lucky to have your corpses at my feet. This could be considered the final glory of your entire race." The corner of Yin Tuo's mouth twitched. The other party was boasting to the point where even the sky was about to collapse. Such shamelessness made him not know how to refute or intimidate. That was because the other party didn't care and wasn't afraid. He was clearly a shameless mess. Chu Feng was pulled away by the monkey. He said, "All right, stop bragging. You can't deal with him now anyway. You'd better be more realistic. Didn't you see that the Kuan dragon has been watching you for a long time? Be careful." "What? The Kuan dragon is here too? Wasn't he crippled by me?" Chu Feng was astonished. The monkey wanted to curse and said, "Didn't I remind you just now? The Kuan dragon has been here for a long time. You actually didn't listen to me at all." At this moment, Chu Feng finally noticed the Kuan dragon in the distance. The Kuan dragon was looking at him coldly with a long saber on his back. The aura of the number 1 saint was very astonishing. Chu Feng saw that the Kuan dragon was looking at him with hostility. The Kuan dragon's gaze was very cold, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he waved his hand passionately and greeted the Kuan dragon. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them had a deep friendship and that their relationship wasn't ordinary. When he saw this scene, the Kuan dragon's face twitched and he felt great hatred in his heart. He had actually been seriously injured and on the verge of death by this golden Arhut. It was truly a great humiliation. Clang! The saber on the Kuan dragon's back automatically unsheathed. He really wanted to ride the saber to kill Chowda. A stretch of snow-white saber light circled around him, making him look very intimidating. "Don't move," shouted Chu Feng. Then he kindly reminded, "You mustn't drop it on the ground again." "Chow! Duh!" The Kuan dragon's face was ashen. He really wanted to immediately attack and kill this person. A cold snort came from the dark, warning him not to draw his saber. After that, Chu Feng didn't pay him any more attention, as if nothing had happened. "Don't be angry. He's doing this on purpose to make you feel impatient and impatient. It'll affect the speed of absorbing the Tao-melting herb in a while." Someone beside him reminded him. Not long after, golden light shone in the distance. The green-eyed, golden-scaled, scarlet-feathered beast race appeared, which was also a variant Qilin race. Jean Lin and her brother, Jean Lai, walked over together. "Huh? You can still come? I thought you were disqualified after being replaced by me," said Chu Feng as he looked at Jean Lin. This was a stab to the heart and was especially good at exposing one's shortcomings. When Jean Lin heard this, her beautiful jade-like face immediately darkened. She really wanted to grab Chowda and beat him up, blasting him into pieces. "Chowda, don't be too pleased with yourself. Last time you ambushed me first. I'll settle things with you," she said hatefully. She had always believed that Chowda had ambushed her and made her lose the initiative, resulting in her defeat. Otherwise, how could she have been captured? Even now, she was still brooding over this and was incomparably ashamed and resentful. "Don't be like this. Who are we? I've actually always wanted to take you in, said Chu Feng. At this moment, not to mention Jean Lin herself, even her brother and the nearby people revealed strange expressions. Of course, many people revealed murderous gazes. You go die. Jean Lin flew into a rage out of humiliation. Wrong. It's to take you in as a mount. Chu Feng corrected her and said indifferently. The group of people were dumbfounded. Then, they suddenly felt that this fellow was too frivolous and was provoking people everywhere. Ancestor, can you calm down for a bit? I beg you stop talking. At this time, even the monkey couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that Chowder was too good at stirring up trouble. This matter had just been settled, but he actually drew hatred again. As expected, on the other side, Jean Lin was about to go berserk. She was simply going crazy, and her beautiful face was filled with killing intent. In reality, Chu Feng didn't care at all. That was because he planned to run after absorbing the Dao fusion grass. Recently, he had been acting as he pleased and had stirred up a lot of trouble. If he didn't leave after obtaining the benefits, would he be waiting for revenge? That was why he was letting himself go. He didn't care at all here and would attack whoever he disliked. In any case, he was ready to leave. And you, Jean Lai, you bastard. You actually colluded with that Kuan Long who can't hold a blade and that nine-headed bird to plot against me. I didn't manage to cut you down last time, but I've already taught the others a lesson, whether it's the Kuan Long or the nine-headed bird. So, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. Chu Feng really cursed whoever he saw. The group of people was speechless. This person was simply too frivolous. Did he think he had too few enemies and wanted to make the whole world his enemy? Everyone felt dizzy. Many people saw him walking over and hurriedly turn around. They didn't want to get close to him for fear of attracting an undeserved disaster and being inexplicably cursed by him. This can't be tolerated. The three-headed divine Dragon Yin Tuol was the first to lose it. He gathered a group of victims and wanted to unite against Chu Feng. At this moment, Jean Lin was the most agitated. Her graceful and beautiful body was trembling. She was the first to respond and said, when we absorb the Dao fusion grass later, we'll target him together and not give him a chance. The first saint, the Kuan Long, said, I'll sit next to him in a while and openly absorb the Dao fusion grass. Can he be faster than me? Interesting, I'll sit next to him in a while. The divine king of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Feng, said coldly. He wanted to do the same. Jean Lai said, all right, we'll all sit next to him in a while. I don't believe that the void treasure in his body will surpass ours. We'll make him cry when he sees the Dao fusion grass. He can't do anything but compete with us. They were prepared to retaliate and make Chow to return empty-handed. The six-eared macaque's ears were slightly flapping. He had heard their secret discussion. His spiritual senses were too sharp, and he immediately informed Chu Feng. Chu Feng revealed a cold expression after hearing this and said, is that so? I really want to see who dares to sit next to me. When the time comes, I'll make them weep and weep. They've worked for nothing and won't be able to absorb anything. He was confident in the little grinding stone in his body. After all, it was a heavenly treasure that had experienced the ultimate trial of the land of reincarnation. He believed that it was a perfect masterpiece among void treasures. He only found out today that the little grinding stone, a treasure that was half material and half energy, was known as a void treasure. Chapter 12:18. The energy in the mountainous region was dense. All sorts of flowers and grasses shone brightly, their petals blooming with multicolored light. The mountain walls were covered in spirit vines. Some were sparkling red, and some were shining with golden light. These spirit vines were like dragons, surrounded by auspicious energy. Even the rocks and withered trees began to emit purple mist, filling the air with essence. None of the evolvers who could come here were ordinary. From the golden arhats to the divine kings, they were all peak experts of their respective realms. The reason why they organized this gathering was to let these geniuses get to know each other and understand each other. In the future, they were destined to become powerful characters of their respective races. Getting to know each other now and deepening their understanding was beneficial to everyone. However, Due to the habits of the various races, this banquet scene was a bit strange. Some people came in formal attire, appearing refined, courteous, and restrained, while others were very rough, wearing battle armor, the ice-cold metallic luster intimidating. When these people appeared together, holding wine cups and chatting, getting to know each other, it was a bit out of the ordinary. Among them, there was no lack of geniuses like the monkey. His entire body was covered in golden fur, making him look like a ferocious beast. He didn't pay much attention to his appearance and wouldn't do so even if he could transform into a human. Monkey, look, that pretty girl from the vermilion bird race was startled by your furry appearance and left politely. Can't you pay attention to your image? Peng Wanli was dissatisfied. That was because the monkey used his furry claw to directly take food and even enthusiastically gave people spirit peaches. In the end, that girl couldn't bear it and was worried that the spirit peaches would be stained by his fur, so she found a lame excuse and ran away. The monkey bared his teeth and said, "It's too difficult to make friends in this kind of situation. Didn't you see that madman Chowda? He spits at whoever he sees and wants to bite them. We're walking together with him, but how many people dare to approach us?" Peng Wanli and Xiao Yao also sighed lightly, feeling like their heads were about to explode. They felt like Chowda had no choice but to throw caution to the wind. Whenever he saw a living being that made him feel uncomfortable, he didn't care what powerful race they came from. Jin Lai, the three-headed divine dragon Yun Tuo, and the others couldn't stand him anymore. They were seeing stars from his spitting. They directly turned and fled to the side. That was because they felt that this was too embarrassing. What kind of propriety was this? They were indeed intentionally targeting Chowda, intentionally looking down on him, and using methods to humiliate him. However, this fellow didn't act according to common sense at all. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would start cursing at him. Jin Lai and Yun Tuo wiped their faces with their hands, and a layer of spittle appeared on their faces. That guy wasn't afraid of losing face and didn't stop spitting at them for a quarter of an hour. Therefore, they couldn't take it anymore and turned to run. They couldn't possibly quarrel with him, could they? That would be too embarrassing. However, Chowda wasn't afraid of losing face. As for the Kuan dragon, he raised his saber several times, his hands trembling. In the end, without saying a word, he retreated in defeat. As for Jean Lin, she was madly insulted and ridiculed by Chu Feng, and she was angered to the point of wanting to kill someone. She had an extremely severe obsession with cleanliness, and she hurriedly wiped off the saliva that was splashed on her white face, causing her to almost vomit blood as she screamed and fled. Even Xiao Yao, who had the best temper, couldn't take it anymore and went forward to mediate. "Brother, that's enough. Do you still want to cultivate on the battlefield? You've already offended almost everyone you can offend. Don't tell me you want to run away after absorbing the Dalmelting grass?" Chu Feng didn't mind and said, "I'm traveling the world with reason, scolding, no, making them speechless. Don't you see that all of them have shut up? To hell with reason. Travel the world." Even Xiao Yao and Peng Wanli didn't want to persuade him anymore. They only wanted to stay away from him. Before long, Chu Feng finally quietened down. He didn't go looking for trouble, and he began to chat happily with others. However, Monkey's eyes were red. Chu Feng and his little sister were together, and their expressions were full of joy. They were chatting happily with his little sister. We might as well let him scold others. Monkey was so angry that his eyes were unkind. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge over. Peng Wanli mediated, "Forget it. It's not easy for them to calm down. Moreover, doesn't your brother Mihong want the two of them to get closer and move around more? Why are you interfering?" Monkey was indignant and said, "Since you say so, you might as well introduce your sister, the most famous princess of the golden-winged Great Peng race, to him." Peng Wanli had a head of long golden hair and was very handsome. Right now, he had an awkward expression and said, "Cough, she's learning in a certain forbidden land. With her strength, even Chowda wouldn't dare to approach her." Monkey rolled his eyes and said, "Bullshit. As long as you dare to introduce her, see if Chowda dares to approach her. With his character, as long as you mention her, he'll definitely call you brother-in-law immediately." Brother-in-law, what are you saying? Chu Feng walked over. Monkey was instantly dumbfounded. This was really annoying. Why did he invite trouble for himself? Was Chowda calling him? This bastard. Peng Wanli wanted to laugh, but his expression quickly froze. Chowda greeted him warmly and said, Brother Peng, I heard everything just now. You have a sister who's learning in a forbidden land? You want to introduce her to me? That's great. I like outstanding beauties like female tyrants. In the future, you'll be my brother-in-law. Peng Wanli's face twitched, and he really wanted to hit someone. Who wanted to introduce her to you? Look at how unreliable you are now. How can you push your sister into the fire pit? Chu Feng said, why don't we add a marriage on top of that? Xiao Yao, do you have a sister? Introduce her to me too. The Dao race is one of the top 5 strongest races in the world. I believe your race should have a few peerless pearls that shake the world, right? Yes, each one has a greater background than the other. The successors of the Dao race are too terrifying. It's definitely worth it if you can catch up to one of them. Monkey shouted. Scram! Xiao Yao wanted to hit Monkey even though he had such a good temper. As for quarreling with Chowda, he didn't even think about it. He was afraid that he would be beaten up and then spit on his face. Then, Chowda would call him brother-in-law in front of everyone. Monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao suddenly saw that Chu Feng had actually quieted down and didn't spit on them anymore. After that, he wore a smile and was very calm. He took the initiative to walk toward a divine king. It was the core successor of the Li family, one of the top 5 races in the world. And that divine king was also famous in the world. The rankings hadn't been updated yet, but he was already ranked among the top 10 divine kings in the world. One had to know that some of the more experienced divine kings who had cultivated for a long time had either died accidentally or become heavenly venerables. Li Jiuxiao was so young, but he could already rank even higher. This was a powerful divine king, and everyone wanted to rope him in. Divine King Li, I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to meet you today. Chu Feng's compliments were very polite, and many people nearby were surprised. Why did this big spitter change? Even Li Jiuxiao felt that it was strange. He had just heard that this Chowda would bite whoever he caught. When he saw Chowda walking over, he was really shocked. He thought that this madman Chow was also going to spit on him to attract attention. Although he didn't care much about a small golden body cultivator, it would be too embarrassing if he was spat on in front of everyone. He didn't expect that this madman Chow would treat him differently and be so polite. Chapter 1219. Li Jiuxiao wanted to vomit blood every time he thought of his experience at the desolate border. It was an unbearable past that made him furious. He had already investigated and found out that the brat that drenched him 9 years ago was Ji Dade, who had provoked the Human Wong clan, Shi clan, and Six Ears clan. Chu Feng laughed dryly and said, I don't know why, but when I saw Divine King Li, I felt that we hit it off very well. Maybe we're the same kind of people. If old Gu was here, he would definitely roll his eyes and say, Don't you feel guilty? You know me? Li Jiuxiao asked indifferently. Of course I do. Divine King Li is infatuated with Ji Kaixin. Everyone in the world doesn't know that in order to pursue Divine King Ji Kaixin, he went from the desolate border to the desert, and then to the battlefield. He has been in love for more than 10 years, and has never changed. His love is so deep that it moves the heavens and earth. Who wouldn't be moved and admire him? Chu Feng opened his mouth, because he did know that Li Jiuxiao had been pursuing Jiang Kaixin for almost 20 years. Li Jiuxiao's expression stiffened and his pupils contracted. This made Chu Feng feel extremely dangerous. Could it be that the Li clan's supreme divine king had been provoked and wanted to attack him? However, Li Jiuxiao sighed softly in the end. His eyes were a little red as he said, I didn't expect you to know me so well. If only Kaixin knew my heart. Chu Feng was speechless. This guy was really infatuated with Ji Kaixin, but he was a little too wooden. He probably wouldn't be able to pursue Ji Kaixin like this. Chu Feng said, Brotherly, with your devotion, Fairy Ji will be moved sooner or later and accept you in the end. As an outsider, I also feel that the two of you are a match made in heaven. A perfect match. Think about it. Both of you are in the top 10 divine kings. Who else could be more compatible than the two of you? It would be a wonderful combination. Good brother. Li Jiuxiao was a little excited. He grabbed Chu Feng and said, "Let's go and have a drink." Chu Feng had a guilty conscience. Would Divine King Li want to kill him after knowing the truth? Once the truth was revealed, Li Jiuxiao would probably go crazy and search the world for him. In this pure land, Chu Feng clinked cups with him. Within the sparkling and translucent luminous cups, the golden wine's fragrance was rich, moreover releasing auspicious multicolored light, making one feel intoxicated. Chu Feng naturally guided him along the way. He said that as long as he persevered, Li Jiuxiao would definitely win the heart of the beauty. Even the stone girl would be moved by him. "Brother Chao, you and I really hit it off at first sight." It could be seen that Li Jiuxiao was very depressed. His pursuit of Ji Kaixin had been fruitless. He had even gone against his family and joined the Yongzhou camp just to get close to Ji Kaixin. He had not been happy in recent years. "We hit it off. Let's find a chance to become sworn brothers in the future," Chu Feng said. Li Jiuxiao said, "Yes, both of your names carry virtue, but your character is much better than the other one. If it wasn't for the fact that my sister's cultivation is too high and she is already a top figure among the immortal kings, I would really like to introduce you to her." It could be seen that he had not been happy in recent years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words to someone he could get along with. Chu Feng immediately patted his chest, his eyes shining. "Brotherly, you must believe that I will soar to the skies soon. I like women with profound strength the most. Because my cultivation is too fast, I will probably become immortal king soon." In the distance, the monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao all felt their teeth aching. How could this bastard call himself brother-in-law? Too shameless. As for the people nearby, they were also speechless. Was this Chao De so compatible with Li Jiuxiao? He even dared to say such words. "Sai, my sister has joined the Southern Zhangzhou. She is opposing us. If we want to see her, we can only do it on the battlefield. What a pity." Li Jiuxiao sighed. "It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Chu Feng said, and clinked cups with him. "Let's drink." Suddenly, Li Jiuxiao's expression changed. A graceful figure appeared in the distance. It was Ji Kaixin. Actually, she had arrived long ago, but she was talking with someone in the distance. Now, she walked over. However, when she saw Li Jiuxiao, she naturally walked to the other side. She was talking with a female immortal king of the Dao race calmly and confidently. When Chu Feng saw the sadness on Li Jiuxiao's face, he suddenly felt that such a powerful divine king was too weak when it came to relationships. He wasn't even as strong as he was in the past when he was at the desolate border. Chu Feng guessed that it was most likely because he had been pursuing her all these years but had been severely thwarted. "Brotherly, watch me. You wait here," Chu Feng said. He ran over to Xiao Yao and asked him, "Hey, is this immortal king of the Dao race your sister?" Hearing this, Xiao Yao's face darkened. This bastard really wasn't joking. Now, he was thinking about the female prodigy of the Dao race. "That's not my sister. Don't cause trouble," Xiao Yao warned him. "Ah, if she's not, then who is she?" Chu Feng guessed that the Dao race was too powerful. The main bloodlines had a lot of people, so there were more powerful people, and they came from different bloodlines. "She's my little aunt of the same race. Our blood relationship isn't that far, but it's not that close either," Xiao Yao informed. "Ah, that's great." Chu Feng immediately shouted, "Chao, duh." Veins popped out on Xiao Yao's forehead. He felt that this bastard was too much. When he heard that it was his little aunt, he actually became even more excited and directly rushed over. Seeing this, Peng Wanli was speechless. Monkey fanned the fire and said, "Xiao Yao, this can't be tolerated. Here, he only wants to call us brother-in-law. After coming here, he actually wants to be your little uncle. This is too much. If I were you, I would have rushed over and fought with him." Scram! Xiao Yao pushed him to the side. He didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Then, what Xiao Yao couldn't bear was that Chowda just ran out and came back, saying, "What's your little aunt's name? Stay away from me." Xiao Yao didn't tell him, and the veins on his face bulged. I know. His aunt is peerless and famous in the world of the living. She's one of the top beauties on the beauty rankings and can be said to be a bright pearl of the Dao race. Monkey directly told him, saying her name is Xiao Shiyun. Good name. Chu Feng turned around and left. As for Xiao Yao, he really wanted to beat someone up. He grabbed the monkey by the collar and glared at him, wanting to fight to the death with him. Monkey, you have a sister too. Just you wait, I'll definitely help your sister and Xiao to get together. Don't, my sister might be engaged to an amazing guy. No one in the world dares to provoke that family. Monkey felt guilty and quickly comforted him. Scram, my aunt might be married to the martial madman's great-great-grandson. You dare to ruin it. Xiao Yao regretted after saying this. This was a top-secret matter. It wasn't good to leak it. What? Not far away. Chu Feng let out a strange cry. Then, he said to Xiao Yao, with lust in his eyes, remember, call me little uncle in the future. I've decided on this marriage. He was opposed to anyone from the martial madman's lineage, and he wanted to fight them to the end. Scram! Xiao Yao angrily rebuked. He couldn't stand him. Chu Feng came and went around a forest of tablets. They were all inscribed with strange patterns and flowed with the radiance of the great Tao. He approached Ji Kaixian and Xiao Shiyun. It was precisely because of these special steels that they were able to isolate the space and prevent their private conversation from being heard by everyone else. Chapter 12:20. Fairy Ji Goddess Xiao, nice to meet you. Both of you are peerless beauties, celestial beings above the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. In any case, everyone loved to hear compliments. Chu Feng was all smiles as he walked forward to curry favor with them. This immediately caused the two to be astonished. You are that Chao Zhongli who slandered and caused trouble everywhere, the one who said he wanted to sweep through the 11th Forbidden Land? Xiao Shiyun asked. First, he was labeled as a big slanderer. Then he was suspected to be bragging. This wasn't a good first impression. Chu Feng's face immediately turned slightly red. It was fine to brag in front of the monkey, Jin Lin, Jin Lai, and the others, but to say such words to the few god kings who were ranked at the top of the world made him seem too inexperienced. After all, he was still in the golden body domain. I have that thought, Chu Feng said honestly. You won't run over and spit on our faces too, right? Xiao Shiyun giggled as she asked. Although she was a divine king, she was not serious at all. Her purple hair shone like a mirror, her eyes were bright and kind, and her nose was tall and straight. She was rather lively and jumpy. She could even say such words as if she did not care about her identity. In particular, there was a red sand mole between her eyebrows. It was very small, but it was sparkling and translucent, adding a peculiar charm to her. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Chu Feng, who had traversed the two worlds and seen all kinds of great winds and waves, or perhaps it could be said that he was used to seeing beauties of all races, could only sigh in admiration at how breathtaking this woman was. Ji Kaixian smiled and said, We didn't offend you. Don't tell me you're here to scam us? She had a good figure and was very beautiful. She was also a stunning beauty, and her charm was outstanding. When the two of them stood together, they were like a pair of beautiful flowers. They were quite eye-catching, and many people were paying attention to them. No, how is that possible? Am I that kind of person? I've always traveled the world with my virtue. I've heard a lot about the two fairies, so I'm here to pay a visit. Moreover, can you spit on someone else's behalf? Actually, I'm here on behalf of my sworn brother. Fairy Ji, look at Brotherly, he's treating you. Chu Feng blabbered on, his saliva flying everywhere. At the same time, he did not forget to point at Li Jiuxiao in the distance. The corners of Ji Saishuan's mouth twitched a few times. This young boy really had the guts to talk about this kind of thing. In the distance, Li Jiuxiao was extremely touched. Chowda, whom he had just met, was actually so kind. He stood up for him and told Ji Kaixian about what Li Jiuxiao had done in the past 10 years. In fact, Chu Feng had only mentioned it casually. He did not have the ability to influence Ji Kaixian, and no matter how he looked at it, Li Jiuxiao had no chance. If he took the initiative, it would be too cheap. He probably did not have a high position in Ji Saishuan's heart. It would be difficult for him to get recognition. Moreover, Li Jiuxiao had always wanted to kill his real body. There was no need for him to stand up for him. What he was doing now was just along the way. Did you come here to act as a matchmaker? Xiao Shiyun asked with a smile on her face. A little brat like him actually dared to do this? She looked at her best friend, Ji Kaixian, and saw that her face was slightly dark. Hence, she blamed him for her. How was that possible? I came here for Goddess Xiao. Xiao Yao introduced me here. Chu Feng said, pointing at Xiao Yao in the distance. The steel forest glowed, and the order runes isolated sound waves. Xiao Yao couldn't hear what Chu Feng was saying, but he knew that this Xiao definitely wasn't saying anything good. He immediately waved his hand at his aunt, gesturing and greeting her. Look, Xiao Yao is signaling to us. He is too proactive and enthusiastic. He told me that the martial madman's line is not good people, and he does not want you to interact with them privately. Xiao Shiyun's expression changed slightly when she heard this. How could such a thing be leaked? Apart from a few people in the clan, no one should know. It seemed that it was indeed Xiao Yao who leaked it. Chu Feng didn't feel the slightest bit self-conscious as he said, I think so. The Dao race is so powerful and famous. No matter how strong the martial madman is, the Dao race shouldn't sell their children. It won't be good if this gets out. Who in the world does not know that the martial madman is notorious for killing righteous people in the ancient path of annihilation? He has an unclear relationship with some forbidden lands. He is a natural villain. After hearing this, Xiao Shiyun's expression turned cold. Could this kind of thing really be said? If Qiao Da's words were spread, it would not be good for the Dao clan's reputation. Xiao Shiyun's expression immediately turned solemn. In any case, it was not advisable to proceed with the suggestion of some old fellows in the clan. Ji Kaixian also revealed a strange expression. She really did not expect that the Dao clan might marry the martial madman's line. Xiao Shiyun immediately understood her thoughts and said, Don't let your thoughts run wild. Don't spread this nonsense. Then, she warned Chu Feng sternly, Chowda, don't talk nonsense. These are all rumors. If I hear bad rumors, you know the severity of the consequences. Don't worry, I don't believe that the Dao clan will marry their daughter to the martial madman's line. In addition, I will soon advance to the Divine King realm, so the Dao clan does not need to be anxious. After saying that, Chu Feng ran away. What did he mean? What does your advancement to the Divine King realm have to do with us? Xiao Shiyun quickly understood what he meant and really wanted to slap him. Ji Kaixian pursed her lips and smiled. Such a daring little cultivator dared to say such things to the Goddess King. How interesting. In any case, Chu Feng felt that he had done everything he could. He hoped that the Dao clan would not marry the martial madman's line. He felt that he should also spread some rumors so that the Dao clan would have scruples about their reputation. Clang! The sound of a bell shook the Pure Land. Not far away, an altar rose. It was overflowing with colors, and all kinds of order symbols appeared. Indistinctly, the sound of the great Dao resonated. A green grass that was blooming with multicolored light flowed there and released the aura of the great Dao. The scene was somewhat shocking. The final moment of the Dao Fusion Grand Meeting had arrived. They were about to divide the Dao Fusion grass. That grass was 1 meter tall and looked like a small tree. Green light bloomed, and its entire body was resplendent. Silk-like beams of light hung down, covering its entire body. There were thousands of them. As the altar appeared, its color changed again. Scarlet light surged, golden light rippled, and purple vapor rose for a time. There was overflowing with colors and all kinds of symbols densely packed together. They transformed into the phoenix, Qilin, vermilion bird, mutant desolate human king, and other illusory bodies. The sound of the great Dao became increasingly louder and deafening. Apart from that, amidst the rustling sounds, the entire grass seemed to have turned into a Taoist book. It flipped there and made people want to comprehend the Dao. See, this is the magical aspect of the Dao fusion grass. It is a tangible carrier of the Tao and bears part of the great Tao. It contains the secrets of the source of the world. Absorbing a part of it is comprehending the secrets of the entire Yang realm and thoroughly understanding the rules and order. The monkey was very excited and was almost dancing with joy. Chu Feng said, "Come, let's find a good place and prepare to comprehend and absorb it." There was a large area of praying mats around the high platform. Some were on the ground, and some were floating in mid-air. They surrounded the Tao fusion grass. After Chu Feng sat down, the nine-headed bird race's divine King Chi Feng, Kuan Long, Jin Lai, the three-headed divine dragon Yin Tua, Jin Lin, and a large group of people walked over and appeared beside him. Among them were evolvers from some powerful races that were very close to them. Naturally, there was no lack of divine-level experts, and even 2 or 3 divine kings. This group of people surrounded Chu Feng. This was to pressure him together and compete with him for the essence of the Tao fusion grass. If all of them competed with him, the consequences would be bad for him. "Damn, they're bullying us!" The monkey shouted. At this moment, Li Jiuxiao walked over and wanted to pull Chu Feng up and sit beside him. Chu Feng was calm and said, "It's fine. Old Li, sit at the side and watch how I sweep through the world. Those who dare to come and stop me are nothing but chickens and dogs." Old Li Jiuxiao's face twitched. He felt that he was really very young. As for the others, they were in an uproar. This was too arrogant. Among them were saints, illuminators, divine-level figures, and even divine kings. They were actually looked down upon and humiliated by a cultivator with a small golden body. Chapter 12:21. What are you so arrogant about? A golden arhut ant dares to roar at a dragon. Someone shouted. He strode over and pointed at the tip of Chu Feng's nose. Chu Feng said simply and crudely, "If you're not happy, sit down." Who's afraid of who? If you're afraid, scram. In an instant, someone wanted to attack immediately. This brat was too arrogant. Even if they wanted to target Chowda, they couldn't bear to see him like this. His expression of looking down on everyone made them unhappy. The saber in Kuan Long's hand kept clanking and almost left its sheath. A beam of white light was formed by saber chi. It spun around Kuan Long and almost tore the void apart. Jin Lin was even more humiliated because Chu Feng had specifically called out her name. "Jin Lin, didn't you want to follow me? Hurry up and come over." "Who wanted to follow you?" Jin Lin was furious. They were trying to surround him and cut off his opportunities. With so many people here, he wouldn't be able to absorb the Tao fusing herb if everyone robbed him a little. Unless he had a shocking void weapon in his body that far surpassed the void weapons of others, he would be completely suppressed by gods and godly kings. Of course, normally no one would do that. After all, they would be distracted and affect their own absorption speed, which would affect Tao comprehension. However, Chowda was a thorn in their side and had to be removed. "Yes, my servants, all of you sit properly beside me. Be good, that's the way. Don't spread out too far. Hurry up." Chu Feng shouted again. This attitude, this kind of words, really made the group of people want to kill. They had surrounded him and wanted to do this, but if they really sat down now, it would seem like they were listening to Chowda's words and obeying his orders. The three-headed divine dragon Yin Tua said coldly, "Chowda, what are you shouting for, you worm? This is a place of Tao comprehension. If you don't want to comprehend here, then scram. Besides, we're sitting in this area to suppress you. We've said it out loud, so what can you do? We'll bully you until you die." The Kraken Dragon said coldly, "Cut the crap. Today I won't let you absorb a single great path fragment. Go back to where you came from. There won't be any fated opportunities. You're not fated with the creation substance. What are you bragging about? Someone who can't even hold a knife has the nerve to show off here. If I were you, I would just smash my head into the ground and die. I didn't kill you last time and spared your life, but you actually don't know how to be grateful. You're really an ingrate. I won't be polite in the future. I won't give you another chance." Chu Feng ridiculed them, and then looked at the three-headed divine dragon, Yin Tuo, and the others, saying, "Look at your behavior. There are tumors around your heads, and they're all strangely shaped. All of you don't have long to live. I can't be bothered with you. The three-headed divine dragon Yun Ta wanted to skin him alive. What tumor? The one beside his main head was also a head, all right? Apart from him, the god king of the nine-headed bird clan, Chi Feng, also stared at Chu Feng coldly. Come over if you're not convinced. Chu Feng challenged. Silence. Sit properly. At this moment, an old man's voice came from the darkness. The area finally quietened down. Everyone returned to their seats and sat cross-legged on the praying mats. The monkey, Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, Mi Qing, and the others were all hinted by Chu Feng not to get close to him. They should stay far enough away, and he would be able to deal with those people himself. Buzz. At this moment, the Tao-fusing grass on the altar trembled. Then, a transparent barrier of light shattered. Chu Feng drew in a cold breath. He actually didn't notice that there was a transparent light barrier there, preventing the aura of the Tao-fusing grass from leaking out. Only now did the barrier truly break. Rumble. At this moment, everyone felt the aura of the great Tao rushing at them, almost making them want to submit. They couldn't help but want to kowtow and prostrate themselves in worship. This was the Tao-fusing grass. Because of an accident, the rules of the great Tao had once descended on it, turning it into a vessel. Although the rules of the great Tao had passed away in the end, there was still too much information and too many profound mysteries left in this stalk of grass. Now, it flowed with endless brilliance, and all kinds of creatures formed from the laws of the great Tao flew out. Immediately, the roars of dragons and tigers rang out. Those were true dragons and exotic, desolate tigers. They were fighting for supremacy and roaring. Then, the vermilion bird danced. The undying bird flew up with endless fiery light. The white qilin wanted to tear the sky apart, and the Kuan Peng spread its wings to sever the starry sky. These were all phenomena formed from the laws of the great Tao. Apart from that, there were also endless, densely packed runes, like a mysterious scripture waiting for people to comprehend. Not long after, tens of thousands of spirits appeared, shaking this place, and the pressure was suffocating. At the same time, on the nine-leaf Tao-fusing grass, there were 9 fruits on each leaf. They were very special, and they released multicolored light. Releasing Tao sounds like the sound of a great bell. Chu Feng didn't care anymore. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged, staring at the Tao-fusing grass. He circulated the robbery induction breathing technique with all his might, and then he activated the small gray grinding stone in his body. Apart from that, there was also the stone jar. Like a mustard seed, it turned into a speck of light and hid itself in the crack of the small grinding stone. This was where Chu Feng's confidence came from. Rumble. As the small grinding stone rotated, the aura of the Tao-fusing grass immediately surged over like a tide and entered Chu Feng's body. This caused his body to immediately glow. This kind of experience was too wonderful. This was a wave of pure, high-grade energy, as well as an astonishing rune profundity. It was absorbed into his body, fusing and comprehending it. Stop him, the Kuan dragon said coldly. In truth, at this moment, everyone took action. On one hand, they were frantically absorbing the energy, while on the other, they wanted to suppress Chu Feng and interfere with his refinement and absorption of the Tao-fusing grass. This naturally affected Chu Feng, but he was fearless. His mind was immersed in his body as he carved words on the small grinding stone. It was a row of golden words that he had engraved with his will. Upon closer inspection, it was exactly the same as the words he had seen on the huge grinding stone in the radiant city of death on the reincarnation path. Chu Feng had charged through the reincarnation path several times and had a deep impression of that place. In particular, the grinding stone that had crushed the corpses of tens of thousands of living beings was still fresh in his memory. He could not forget to this day because he had once seen a row of golden words there. Moreover, back then, the stone jar on his body had also glowed. After being forced to a certain level, it had also revealed those symbols and words. Moreover, there were more than 10 times more of them. Chu Feng felt that the other characters were too far away for him to use, but the row of golden words he had seen in the stone grinding stone on the reincarnation path was very useful to him. It was the most suitable to be carved on an illusory weapon. The effect was astonishing. After Chu Feng carved that special row of golden words, the small grinding stone in his body began to rotate on its own and crush everything in its path. Rumble. In an instant, the fruits on the leaves of the Tao-fusing grass directly flew up. Some of the leaves were about to break off as they flew toward him and entered his body. This effect was too shocking. In front of the gods, and right under the noses of the divine kings, he was frantically plundering and ignoring them. How is this possible? Yin Tuol was the first to cry out. Chu Feng's heart calmed down. How could it not be possible? Back then, it had to be known that the grinding stone in the radiant city of death on the reincarnation path had frantically plundered the corpses of tens of thousands of living beings, crushing them all and disintegrating them. Even their souls had to be formatted, and all traces of their previous lives had been erased. Chapter 12:22. The expressions of the three divine dragons, Yin Tuo, Jin Lai, and the Koan dragon, stiffened. Their pupils rapidly searched around. What did they see? They had joined forces to seal Chao Da and prevent him from absorbing the Tao fusion grass. Yet he wasn't affected at all. Moreover, he was absorbing it so crazily that it was almost like plundering. Was that the Tao fusion grass? The tangible carrier of the great Tao. It was flowing with the source energy of the Yang realm. Great Tao fragments entwined around it, manifesting the myriad spirit void body. The entire grass was overflowing with colors and was accompanied by terrifying lightning. The sound of the great Tao was deafening. This scene and phenomenon caused everyone to tremble. While resonating with it, they also felt a sense of fear and reverence. The Tao fusion grass had once been possessed by the great Tao. Even though it had been separated, it was still terrifying. It possessed an indescribable pressure that caused people to tremble. However, Chao was actually so ferocious. He had just started, and he was already doing his best to draw the essence of the grass. Many people felt their legs go weak. Facing the Tao fusion grass was like facing the avatar of the great Tao. Their bodies were trembling, yet he wasn't affected at all. He was plundering. Stop him. They secretly transmitted their voices and decided to join forces to stop Chao Da from comprehending the great Tao. At this moment, Chu Feng was very comfortable. His entire body was warm, and a row of golden characters on the small grinding stone in his body was glowing. It was absorbing the special energy of the outside world like rivers running into the sea. Even the divine chains of order from the Tao fusion grass couldn't suppress him after entering his body. Instead, they entered the small gray grinding stone and were crushed to form source runes one after another. This was simply a great tonic for him. His entire body was glowing as if he was enveloped by a brilliant sun. His entire body was warm with millions of strands of multicolored light circulating endlessly, causing the vitality of his body to increase greatly. At this stage, the interference of the outside world was ineffective against him. Chu Feng wanted nothing more than to roar towards the sky. His entire body was too comfortable, as if he had returned to the mother of the world and was being nourished by the great Tao. It was truly too beneficial for him. At this moment, if someone could see through his flesh, they would notice that his cells were fiercely dividing and then recombining. They were undergoing an astonishing transformation. Some mucus had already been expelled from Chu Feng's body. His metabolism was too fast, and some impurities had been refined out. He had even shed a layer of old skin. At this moment, the essences absorbed by the Tao-fusing herb were all tiny chains of order. They sank into his flesh and blood and blended with him. The benefits were unimaginable. Chu Feng felt that his flesh and blood were mutating. It could be seen that he was changing rapidly. When he looked within himself, he discovered that his body's activity was shockingly high, far surpassing its normal state. This was a most simple and primitive evolution. He did not use pollen or mutant fruits. Instead, he used a certain source to initiate the path of transition. In just a short while, his physical body had become much stronger, and his physique had increased by a large margin. If he fought with his physical body again, he believed that his body would surpass magical treasures. With a raise of his hand, he could destroy the sword core, divine furnace, treasure cauldron, and other things that others cultivated with their lives. Of course, this was only relative. It was impossible for him to shatter a God-King level weapon with his bare hands. The Kuan dragon, Jin Lai, and Yin Tuo stared blankly. They discovered that they couldn't stop Chu Feng from absorbing the essence of the Tao-fusing herb. The entire process was like heaven itself. There seemed to be an invisible passage connecting the two. Stop him. We can't give him a chance. Stop him at the Golden Body realm and don't give him the chance to grow. We can't let him rise up here. These were their thoughts. They conversed spiritually, and all of them carried a baleful aura. They revealed grim expressions and attacked with all their strength to stop the essences. Nearby, there was a peach blossom forest. The old trees were tall and strong like old dragons that had revived from prehistoric times. They had regained their vitality, sprouting green buds and blossoming flowers. Essence energy surged, and at the center of the peach blossom forest, the Tao-fusing herb on the altar was glowing and overflowing with divine chains of order. In such a sacred place, there was a murderous aura. The Kuan dragon, Yin Tuo, and the others continuously disturbed Chu Feng, preventing him from comprehending the Tao and obtaining great fortunes. Blocking one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. And in the realm of cultivators, stopping one from breaking through and suppressing one's evolution was even more serious. This was because it was equivalent to strangling one's life. It was extremely vicious. This was definitely a great enmity that wouldn't end until one party died. Now, the Kuan dragon, Yin Tuo, and the others were doing precisely this. They wanted to strangle Chu Feng's future and obstruct his path of evolution. They wanted to forcefully interrupt him. Chu Feng's pupils contracted. He felt all kinds of hostility from the outside world, and he was furious. However, he soon felt at ease again because his process was still continuing. Those people's attacks were ineffective. What shocked those people the most was that while they were absorbing the Tao-fusing herb, they were instead robbed. When some order fragments flew towards them, they were absorbed by the strange golden rune radiance that Chowda emitted and forcefully snatched away. This, Yin Tuo was astonished. He was a deity, a powerful, three-headed divine dragon, an evolver that was known to be difficult to meet his match among deities. In the end, he was robbed in this kind of situation. He was originally trying to stop Chowda and seize his fortune, but now this kind of disastrous result had occurred. Not only did his restraining Chowda not achieve the desired effect, even the fortune he should have obtained brushed past him. That wisp of substance of creation escaped. Jean Lin also cried out in alarm. Her golden hair danced in the wind, and her beautiful, snow-white, and crystalline face was filled with shock. Her fortune had also been robbed. At first, she didn't participate because she felt that with her brother, the Kuan dragon, and the experts of the Nine Head Race here, there was no need for her to surround Chowda. She was peacefully absorbing the essence of the Tao-fusing herb. In the end, that wisp of origin rune profound meaning that flew towards her suddenly disappeared and entered Chowda's flesh. She was shocked, angry, and anxious at the same time. In this cruel competition, her loss meant that someone else would gain something, especially when that person was her enemy. This caused her face to turn deathly pale. Then it flushed red. She was too unwilling to accept this. The group of people were anxious. They wanted to strangle Chowda's room for growth, but now they discovered that they couldn't stop him. Were they going to fulfill his wish? At the very least, some of the substance of creation that belonged to them had been snatched away by Chowda. At this time, Chu Feng's heart was at ease. When he opened and closed his eyes, a special beam of light faintly appeared in his golden pupils. It could be said that his divine eyes were like lightning, and the vitality of his flesh was still increasing. His strength was increasing, and it could be quantified with numbers. His physical strength had increased by a large margin, more than doubling, and he had achieved the legendary invincible golden body. The so-called invincible golden body was to achieve the most solid body of this level, an indestructible flesh. Now, the vitality of all of Chu Feng's cells was frighteningly strong and had undergone a major leap. Outside his body, golden radiance bloomed, and his body became increasingly bright, as if it was cast from gold. It was like a saint that had been resurrected from ancient times. He could feel that he was becoming stronger. Chu Feng was sure that as long as he was willing, he could immediately surpass the golden body and reach a higher realm. "It's time to break through," he said softly. However, he was also very cautious and was still examining himself. He wanted to achieve a true flawless golden body, an invincible golden body, before advancing. He was comparing it with the legend recorded in Empyrean Stone Fox's master's letter to confirm the strongest path. Today, not only was he going to walk this strongest path, but he was also going to advance further. At the same time, he wasn't going to simply surpass the golden body domain. He wanted to rush even higher. His physical body was golden and his bloodline was pure. He was now incomparably powerful. Chu Feng's heart was calm and peaceful, and his spirit was increasingly full. Upon closer inspection, even his spiritual energy had turned golden and was almost about to turn into liquid. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful. "Why is it like this?" someone muttered. At this time, not to mention Jin Lin, Yin Ta, Kuan Long, and the others, even the nine-headed bird race's divine king was shocked. In reality, everyone was astonished. Even the monkey and Mi Qing were stunned. That was because everyone was intimidated by the Dao fusion grass, as if they were facing the heavens. They were apprehensive and in awe. But why didn't Xiaoda have this kind of experience? He looked too peaceful, and he actually revealed a satisfied smile. At this time, Chu Feng's body was dazzling. Then, his body emitted waves of pleasant fragrance that astonished everyone. The pinnacle of the golden body, the true embodiment of achieving sainthood, someone muttered. Although everyone talked about how the pinnacle of the golden body domain was, and how it should be, the golden bodies that evolvers usually saw were all exaggerated. The pleasant fragrance emitted by the body and the transcendence of mortality were all formed by the resonance of other factors. It wasn't the pinnacle in the true sense. In the Yang realm, the Tao laws were complete. Creatures that could truly reach this step by relying on their own flesh and blood were extremely rare since ancient times. But now, Chowda had actually done it. He didn't use special medicinal herbs to fumigate his body. Instead, he was using order runes to refine his flesh and blood. Why doesn't he fear the Dao fusion grass and absorb its essence like this? Jin Lai was unconvinced. In reality, Kuan Long, Yin Tuo, and the others were even more indignant. They wanted to stop Chowda, but now it seemed that they were helping him more and more. Not fearing the Dao fusion grass is equivalent to directly facing the tangible carrier of the great Dao. This kind of situation isn't impossible. An old voice came from the darkness, resounding here. One didn't need to think to know that it was a heavenly venerable speaking. He was maintaining the stability of this place. "What's going on?" Not to mention Jin Lin, Yin Ta, and the others. Even the monkey, Xiao, Shiyun, and the others wanted to know what was going on. Chu Feng's heart trembled. Could it be that this old fellow had seen through something? He knew that the reason why he could be like this and not fear the pressure of the Dao fusion grass was entirely because his little gray grinding stone was very different. Moreover, there was a row of golden runes carved on it. Only by allowing one to possess the purest heart, the purest, the kindest, and the most sentimental can one be like this. Only then can one not fear the tangible carrier of the great Tao and stay here normally. Although the old heavenly venerable's voice was weak and his body was declining, these words still caused a commotion among the group of people here. Chowda had a pure heart, the purest and the kindest. At this moment, not to mention Jin Lin, Kuan Long, and the other victims, Even the monkey, Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and the others felt that this was too King ridiculous. Xiao was pure and kind. The group of people wanted to curse out loud. However, Chu Feng smiled instead. His smile was like a flower bud blooming in the morning light. It was truly brilliant and refreshing. Who dares to claim to be the best in this world? Only I, Chao Da, am the purest, the kindest, he said without a blush on his face. Chapter 1223. Shameless. His skin was so thick that even an axe couldn't cut it. He actually had the nerve to judge himself like this. Many people wanted to beat him up. This brat deserved to be killed. This was what the Kuan dragon wanted to do the most. Jean Lin said furiously, "Pure? That's a disgrace. Pure and kind? There aren't many people like him who are so lacking in morals. How can he be considered kind?" The group nodded. They couldn't stand this kind of evaluation. This Chowda had never stopped since he came to the battlefield. How could he be pure and kind? Not to mention others, just not long ago, he had been biting anyone he caught, spittle flying everywhere. How could he be evaluated as a pure person? In truth, even the monkey, Peng Wanli, and the others couldn't stand it. The monkey really wanted to say that this bad-tempered guy had beaten him up on the first day he entered the camp, causing him to be badly battered. In the end, he had even stolen his mace and hadn't returned it yet. Xiao Yao also wanted to say that Chowda was still thinking about his aunt and wanted to be his uncle. Pure and kind, my ass. Peng Wanli was distressed. Just a moment ago, Chowda had wanted to be his brother-in-law because of his sister's situation. Moreover, he had even acknowledged him as his brother-in-law. He had no shame at all. Then there was a huge backlash. None of them believed that Chu Feng was pure and kind. In the distance, the quasi-divine King Hong Yinhai wanted to say that Chowda, this little bastard, had beaten up his 2 grandsons 3 times in a day. He was too vengeful. How could he be related to the word kind? He was furious at the thought of this. His scheme against Chu Feng had failed, causing his 2 grandsons, Hong Yu and Hong Sheng, to be in a miserable state. They were still bedridden to this day. Moreover, every time they recovered, they would be beaten up by that bastard and become half-crippled again. Thus, when the old Empyrean's evaluation came out, it was more or less enough to cause the heavens to be angry and the people to resent it. Of course, the main reason was because they had different standpoints. It was impossible to expect the Kuan dragon, Yin Tuo, and the 9-headed bird race to like Chowda. Even in this place of enlightenment, some people couldn't help but say that Chowda wasn't a good person. Chu Feng didn't like it and immediately retorted, "You don't understand." What did he mean? Many people rolled their eyes at him. I was acting according to my nature. My heart of innocence may seem absurd to you, but in fact, I was acting according to my heart. I was acting with the pure mentality of true self. That's why the old celestial master said that I was the most sentimental. Is this even possible? The group of people wanted to kill him even more. This was especially true for the families of the victims. Their faces were getting uglier and uglier. However, at this moment, Li Jiuxiao sighed and said, "I admit that Chowda is a true person. His heart is like a crystal, and he is frank. He truly has the heart of a newborn." Holy shit, the group of people couldn't take it anymore. This divine king, Li, was now known as a well-known figure among divine kings. There weren't many creatures at the same level as him who could be his opponent, yet he was actually speaking up for this thick-skinned Chowda and supporting him like this. Chu Feng nodded his thanks to Li Jiuxiao and then looked at Six-Eared Macaque. "Monkey, what do you think?" The monkey's face twitched. He really wanted to say, "Your pure heart is so black that it's glowing. You keep having designs on my sister. I want to chop you up. Also, give me back my spiked mace." However, in the end, he still put on a fake smile and said, "Of course you're pure." There was no other way. They were on the same side now, and they were allies. After the monkey said those words, even he felt uneasy. Those words went against his heart. Then, he dragged Xiao Yao in the water and made him express his support for his ally, Chowda. Xiao Yao glanced at his little aunt, then at Chu Feng, saying, "Brother Chao, Being straightforward is your true nature." Then he felt his chest tighten. Those words were too against his conscience. However, although they were indignant and discussed in low voices, no one stopped. They were all fighting for the essence of the Tao-fusing grass with all their might. Obtaining a strand of these creation substances was an opportunity that could expand the upper limit of their ultimate achievements in this life. This was equivalent to raising the ceiling, making the height of their lives even more dazzling and shocking. Therefore, although everyone felt uncomfortable, they were still racing against time to strengthen themselves and comprehend the sequence chains flying towards them. However, Kuan Long, Yin Tua, Jin Lai, and the others couldn't sit still anymore. They had failed in restraining Chu Feng, and now their own opportunities have been stolen many times. In this area, many gray vortexes appeared around Chu Feng's body. They were all flickering with golden symbols. He was like a bottomless pit that madly absorbed the creation substances. Everyone discovered that the gray vortexes around Chu Feng's body were densely packed. The effects were too shocking, and it was impossible to defend against them when they robbed the opportunities of those around him. At this time, Jin Lai wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had wasted 7 out of 10 opportunities, and Chowda had stolen several strands of origin substance. His golden hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as sharp as cold lightning. He really wanted to kill Chowda. He felt too angry. Kuan Long's fingers were even trembling. He hugged his long blade and wanted to swing it out several times. He had also been robbed. He had failed to restrain Chowda and was instead injured. "Everyone attack. We can't give him any room to grow. We must kill him today," someone said coldly. They were still working together to stop him. A single person couldn't restrain Chowda, who knew how he was so pure and kind. It was as if there was an invisible connection between the two of them. He was crazily absorbing the Tao-fusing grass. At this time, no one spoke. Qing Yin, Mi Qing, Li Jiuxiao, the monkey, Xiao Shiyun, and the others were all solemn and serious as they comprehended the great Tao. They were far away from Chu Feng and weren't affected. At this moment, not to mention Jin Lai, Kuan Long, and the others, even divine King Qi Feng's expression was gloomy. He had already taken action to interfere with Chu Feng and block his path forward. However, the effect wasn't great. It didn't stop Chowda's transformation process. He was still harvesting the essence of the Tao-fusing grass, and his constitution was becoming stronger and stronger. "This fruit doesn't taste good. It's tasteless." At this time, Chu Feng spoke. The Tao-fusing grass had a total of 9 leaves, and there were 9 fruits on each leaf. His body had long since absorbed a few of the fruits. This was also the reason why his golden body was so resplendent, as if it was cast from gold. And now, when he opened his mouth, 2 fruits were sucked into the gray vortex. He chewed them like a cow chewing on peonies and evaluated them. The people around him were so angry that their teeth were itching. He had obtained more than the others, and this made the people around him jealous. How dare he make such sarcastic remarks? Besides, was that thing edible? It needed to be refined, comprehended, and comprehended with one's heart. Buzz. Indeed, the fruit was formed from order runes. It entered Chu Feng's mouth and quickly entered his body, where it was crushed by the gray grinding stone. Boom! At this time, a terrifying, thunderous explosion was heard. That was the secret art of the divine king of the 9-head race. He had used his most powerful technique to restrict Chu Feng's space. Although he didn't dare to kill, it wasn't completely impossible to use some unwritten rules to scheme against competitors. He wanted to seal Chowda and isolate the surrounding space so that Chowda would lose contact with the Tao-fusing grass. Humph! The divine king of the 9-head race, Qi Feng, had a cold expression. After a snort, he used his spiritual energy to form a king that surrounded Chu Feng. 9-head, what are you doing? This is too much. Li Jiuxiao spoke. The divine king's eyes shot out terrifying light that was about to tear apart space. Silence. Do not disturb others' enlightenment. At this time, a cold voice rang out. It was still a celestial venerable, but it wasn't the old man from before. It sounded like a middle-aged man scolding. He was actually warning Li Jiuxiao not to say anything more. This isn't fair. Why do you have to do this? Are you trying to destroy a good seedling's future? Destroying his future Dao fruit is the same as destroying his foundation. It's worse than killing him. At this time, the eldest brother of the six-eared macaque race, Mi Hong, also spoke. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was very handsome. His expression was extremely cold, and he couldn't watch any longer. The divine king of the nine-head race, Qi Feng, said coldly, "Which eye of yours saw me destroy someone's foundation and future?" The evolution of all living beings is a cruel competition, and it all depends on one's own methods. I used the Divine King order to capture the creation substance emitted by the Dao fusing grass. What's wrong with that? Do you really have to give all the opportunities to Chowda? What he said made sense, but it clearly crossed the line. This was because he had used the Divine King order to almost completely cover Chu Feng. This way, he could absorb the substance emitted by the Dao-fusing grass and increase his own capturing domain. He was indeed destroying the foundation of others. "All of you shut up." In the dark, the middle-aged man's voice rang out again. It was still cold and majestic, intimidating everyone. Without a doubt, he was biased. He didn't care about the Divine King of the nine-head race, allowing him to do as he pleased. If this continued, it would be equivalent to destroying Chu Feng's future. In reality, the old celestial venerable in the dark didn't agree, and there was a dispute. However, the celestial venerable who sounded like the middle-aged man was certain that Chao had also plundered someone else's creation, so he didn't care anymore. In the beginning, it was also because those people targeted him, and he went for wool and came home shorn. Now, the nine-head race is really destroying his future. He can't let this continue, the old celestial venerable said secretly. Every drink and every peck is predestined. He stole someone else's creation first, and now he's losing the opportunity. It's very balanced. The middle-aged man's voice was very cold. Clearly, he was biased towards the nine-head race, Kuan Dragon, and the others. These people were more egoistic and did things without scruples. He was on good terms with the nine-head race, so he would naturally say such things. While the two celestial venerables were secretly arguing, undercurrents were surging around the Dao-fusing grass. Seeing that Mi Hong and Li Jiuxiao were being suppressed by the celestial venerables and couldn't save Chu Feng, the nine-head race smiled faintly. However, there was a coldness in the depths of his eyes. He further sealed off the area, not giving Chu Feng a chance. Seeing this, the three-headed divine dragon Yun Tuo revealed a look of joy. He smiled faintly and said, "The celestial venerable's decision is very fair. We have no objections." "That's how it should be." The Kuan dragon nodded. Saber chi surrounded his body as he frantically absorbed the essence of the Dao-fusing grass. Hee. Many people in their camp laughed. The divine king of the nine-head race was indeed extraordinary. He had directly restrained Chowda and prevented him from evolving. Jean Lai smiled faintly. He felt very comfortable now. There were still two divine kings in this camp who hadn't made a move yet. They also had cold smiles on their faces. So what if an evolver at the Golden Arhut realm was talented? If they wanted to restrain you, they had to directly destroy your foundation. Killing a genius is very simple. The divine king of the nine-head race said faintly. However, Chu Feng wasn't anxious at all. He sat there cross-legged and said, "You want to surround me and cut off my path forward? You think you can succeed just because you're a divine king? Actually, you're nothing." There was a hint of anger on Chu Feng's face because this divine king of the nine-head race was very vicious. He wanted to use his powerful divine king-level laws to cover this area and violently suppress him, destroying all his opportunities. However, he wasn't afraid. At this moment, he took the initiative to activate the small grinding stone, further activating that row of golden characters. With a boom, all the gray vortexes outside of Chu Feng's body turned golden. It was extremely dazzling. So what if you're a divine king? If you want to stop me, I'll transform right here in front of all of you. The first step is to break through the current realm and transcend mortality. Let me see who can stop me, Chu Feng said coldly. He was fearless here and directly challenged them. He faced a group of enemies and enemies alone. Chapter 12:24. The divine king of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Feng, had a cold expression, and his eyes were even more ruthless. If he let a little golden Arhut cultivator break through his blockade, what face would he have left? He smiled coldly and said, "You dare to provoke me even though you're at the golden Arhut realm? If I tell you to behave, you'll have to behave. If I want to strangle you, you can only stay in this realm obediently. You can forget about the opportunity to obtain the Tao fusion herb." He was very domineering and very cold. He was very domineering when he said these words. It was obvious that he wanted to cut off Chowda's path and not give him a chance. Moreover, these words were said in front of everyone. It was obvious that he was targeting Chowda. This was undisguised revenge. However, the heavenly venerable who sounded like a middle-aged man in the dark did not stop him. He allowed his words and actions, which was equivalent to approving of his actions. He wanted to cut off Chowda's path. This made Chu Feng furious. This bias was too obvious. "Nine-headed, you've gone too far," Divine King Mi Hong said. "Do you think I'm a decoration?" Li Jiuxiao was also very domineering. The two great divine kings clearly wanted to stand up for Chu Feng, and this made his heart warm. At this juncture, a divine king who was willing to stand up for him was naturally worth repaying. "All of you, behave yourselves." However, at this critical moment, the heavenly venerable who sounded like a middle-aged man spoke again. This time, he was targeting Mi Hong and Li Jiuxiao. At this moment, the monkey was furious. This was going too far. Before his brother could speak again, he could not take it anymore and said, "Do you think there are no heavenly venerables in my race? What are you trying to do by siding with the nine-headed bird race and targeting my brother? My ancestor is not far from here and has not returned to the clan yet." This was because he felt that this was too much. A dignified heavenly venerable was not upholding justice here, but actually siding with the divine king of the nine-headed bird race and bullying a golden Arhut youth. "Shut up." The heavenly venerable berated the monkey, causing his ears to buzz. His body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He almost fell to the ground, his body trembling violently. "Just you wait." Divine King Mi Hong was furious. This heavenly venerable actually shouted at his brother and revealed his might. This obviously hurt Mi Tian. Everyone was shocked. The six-eared macaque race's two brothers were threatening the heavenly sovereign. They were extremely daring. "My race fears no one. Even if you are an Empyrean, you still dare to bully my two brothers like this. You will have to pay for this." Mi Qing also stood up, her beautiful face filled with coldness. At this moment, Li Jiuxiao also said, "You are a celestial venerable. Do you really think no one can take you in if you are unfair?" Miley clan has never been convinced. As a god king, for him to say such words to an Empyrean was naturally overstepping his bounds. It made everyone's expressions change. "How dare you threaten me?" That Empyrean was enraged. Although the Li clan was powerful and was known as one of the top 5 terrifying clans in the Yang realm, and the six-eared macaque was heaven-defying and was a mysterious clan that existed in the primal chaos during the era when the heavens were opened, this Empyrean still revealed a cold, killing intent. With his status, he wouldn't allow the likes of divine kings to provoke him. At the crucial moment, that old heavenly venerable spoke up and stopped this heavenly venerable who was on good terms with a nine-headed bird race. "Heavenly venerable Lian, you've gone too far." Then, the two heavenly venerables fell silent. They argued and confronted each other in secret. At this moment, Chu Feng stood up and immediately thanked Li Jiuxiao and the monkey siblings. Then, he faced divine King Chi Feng of the nine-headed bird race. "What kind of *T divine king are you? I'll let you block my path. Let's see what you can do to me. I will advance here. You could try and stop me." He was burning with anger. Golden vortexes appeared around him, covering the surface of his body. They were all spinning fiercely. Qifeng's expression was cold. He emitted divine king laws, covering this area and shrouding Qufeng. He was using his actions to stop him. The nine-headed bird race is renowned throughout the world. How can we allow a puny golden body cultivator to provoke us? No one can say anything if we cut off his path. Three-headed divine Dragon Yun Tuo spoke. Hee, I really can't see how he can break out of this predicament. Is he relying on his pure heart? Ha! Someone laughed, thinking that Qufeng was sealed and completely isolated from the Dao fusion grass. He could no longer absorb the great Dao fragments. However, at the next moment, their smiles froze and their bodies stiffened. Even the divine monarch of the nine-headed bird race, Crimson Peak, shuddered. The web of order that he had set up was like a sieve, and it couldn't be any more leaky. The substance that escaped from the Dao-melting herb poured over, broke through the obstruction, and engulfed Chowda. For a moment, mist of light enshrouded the area. Colorful clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and the divine sound of the great Dao was grand and deafening. The Dao fusion grass seemed to be innately close to Chowda, and many creation matter passed through. This made everyone's eyes pop out in disbelief. Within Qufeng's body, the small gray millstone was as heavy as a mountain. The line of words on it seemed to have a life of their own. They spun along with the millstone, causing the golden vortexes outside his body to rumble. At this moment, he seemed to resonate with the Dao fusion grass, resulting in an astonishing phenomenon. The essence of the Dao fusing grass spread in this direction and broke through Crimson Peak's blockade. Moreover, it broke through forcefully. Who do you think you are to be able to seal the great Dao? In your dreams. Qufeng berated. In reality, this was indeed the case. The Dao fusion grass had once carried the Dao laws and was a tangible carrier of the great Dao. It was impossible for a divine king's order to seal it. Although he had isolated Qufeng, Qufeng activated the small millstone and the golden characters lit up, causing a change. On the altar, the Dao fusion grass shone resplendently. The sound of thunder pierced the ears, and essence energy surged. The source matter of the Yang realm filled the air and poured over, tearing apart the blockade with a destructive force. Then, Qufeng opened his mouth and bit on several fruits that came along. All of them were sparkling and translucent, and orderly patterns appeared. It was very strange. Some of the fruits were golden yellow, while others were scarlet red. However, they all flowed with multicolored light and were densely packed with characters. All of them were the source imprints of the Yang realm. At this moment, Qufeng swallowed them in large mouthfuls. He didn't need to worry. The small millstone in his body spun frantically, crushing these Dao law fruits and extracting the primordial order fragments. His heart was at peace. During this confrontation, he comprehended some extremely astonishing source laws, making his body flawless and increasingly golden. This was a true golden body that had reached the extreme and transcended. It was known as the invincible golden body. In history, those who had achieved this kind of golden body had never been defeated in the golden body domain. Hence, they had this kind of praise. In reality, at this stage, it was enough to fight against those above. Even killing a quasi-saint wouldn't be a problem. The suppression of a major realm had lost its effect. Suppress. Qufeng shouted. His blood-red hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. His killing intent surged and surged into the sky. 9 heads appeared behind him, and there was also a faintly discernible scarlet bird. It was glowing like blood-stained feathers and was incomparably vicious. That was his true body manifesting. He condensed a terrifying bird body and tried to seal this place again. In reality, he really wanted to kill Qufeng, but he was afraid of violating the rules, and the 6 Ears ancestor would find an excuse to kill him. We'll help you. The other 2 divine kings spoke. They had been standing beside the 9-headed bird all this time, suppressing this place and isolating the aura of the Dao fusing grass so that Chowda couldn't absorb it. I'll destroy your future and sever your path. What can you do? Count me in. The three-headed divine dragon Yun Tua said coldly. The Kuan dragon didn't say anything and directly attacked. At this time, many people in this camp took action to stop Chu Feng. They didn't want him to come into contact with the Dao-fusing grass and cut off this place to form a sealed space. This group of people was obstructing his path of evolution. Chu Feng laughed and didn't say anything else. His whole body glowed, and the vortex outside his body became even more resplendent. Then a dazzling beam of light was drawn in. It was from the Dao-fusing grass. It penetrated the light screen that the group of people had laid down together and rushed into Chu Feng's body. At this moment, he erupted. His whole body was flawless, and his flesh and blood were sparkling. All the resplendent golden light transformed into auspicious power. Boom! A mass of dazzling light erupted and broke through the imprisonment. It broke through the restrictions of the golden body domain and allowed Chu Feng to transcend mortality and enter sainthood. He had advanced. This group of people working together couldn't suppress him and stop his evolution. Chapter 12:25. Divine King Chi Feng of the nine-headed bird race had a gloomy expression. A flame was burning in his chest. He had used his most powerful method to seal this place, but he had still failed. Chowda had broken through right in front of him. How could he not be shocked? His face quickly turned scarlet red, as if he was dyed in a layer of blood. His hair fluttered without any wind. He revealed his killing intent. Earlier, he had said that with him here, Chowda could forget about it. He had no fate with the substance of creation and would thus be kicked out. But now, Chowda's fierce breakthrough was equivalent to a slap to his face. His cold warning had become empty words. Chi Feng felt his face burning. It was a bit feverish and uncomfortable. In particular, Divine King Mi Hong was still laughing loudly. Two golden bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. He was clearly watching Chi Feng make a fool of himself and mocking him mercilessly. Living in this world, no matter who you are, don't be too arrogant. So what if you're a divine king? What's the result? Hurry up and swallow your own words. Lick back the saliva you spit out. You domineeringly threatened others. But what's the result? He broke through right in front of you. And it's a super breakthrough at that. His realm is still rising and resonating with the great Tao. Is he going to achieve the most powerful divine physique in history? The monkey's elder brother, Mi Hong, was quite impolite. He mocked Chi Feng and laughed coldly, making him feel too ashamed to show his face. Chi Feng's eyes were cold and exceptionally angry. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. They said they were going to restrain Chowda and make him lose his opportunity, but this senior advanced by leaps and bounds and successfully broke through. How is this possible? The three-headed divine dragon, Yin Ta, also muttered. He clenched his fists and stared at Chao Da, who was surrounded by them, watching him comprehend the Tao. Jean Lin's beautiful eyes widened. She was speechless, and even her heart was trembling slightly. The other party actually broke through another level in this kind of situation. One had to know that the Tao fusion herb's strongest effect was to increase a creature's potential, allowing them to accumulate and raise the ceiling of their life. It wasn't a fierce medicine for breaking through and increasing one's realm. It was difficult for one's strength to increase explosively on the spot. It was more like a gentle medicine that, with the passage of time, would gradually reveal its heaven-defying effects. It would affect one's entire life and raise one's upper limit. However, Chowda directly jumped and broke through. Jean Lin was shaken. Her sparkling white face was full of shock. She found this hard to believe and was unwilling to accept this. Jean Lai was also dumbfounded. Then he cursed inwardly. There were so many of them, including the Divine King, yet they were unable to restrain Chao, even after working together. Damn, Chowda, you can also break through like this? Heavens, you really are immoral. Chowda. Jean Lai wanted to curse out loud, feeling that there was no justice in this world. All of them felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Their faces were burning with pain, and it was hard for them to accept this fact. Even heavenly venerable Lien, who was on good terms with the undying bird race, was speechless. However, he was extremely disgusted in his heart. He was already very partial to Chi Feng and the others, allowing them to attack and disturb Chao does Dao comprehension. In the end, they still couldn't stop him, allowing that youth to rise up against the odds. At this moment, an existence like him, an ancient evolved being that achieved an Empyrean sovereign body, was extremely sharp. He sensed traces of abnormalities. He felt that Chowda's improvement wasn't simple. It was a bit like the strongest physique, stepping onto the legendary path that was difficult to walk. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't pay attention to them. He was immersed in the peaceful state of his body's comprehensive evolution. He bathed in the divine rain of light. This kind of experience was really too wonderful. He was comfortably warm from head to toe, and his vitality was surging. It was as if he was being nurtured by the mother of heaven and earth and had obtained a new life. He broke through the golden body domain and became a quasi-saint. Moreover, his cultivation was still growing madly and hadn't stopped. Now, he couldn't care less about the problem of his realm. Instead, he was experiencing the benefits he had obtained from this body. There were fine patterns flickering in all of his cells. That was the Dao Fusion herb's essence displaying its effects. It was being crushed by the small grinding stone and extracted into the origin runes. This kind of origin law fragment was densely covered in his flesh and blood. It was equivalent to a refinement of his blood and soul as runes flowed throughout his body. The benefits were too astonishing. Chu Feng's corporeal body was exceptionally strong, and his spirit was also full of vigor. As it fused with his flesh and blood, there was a kind of feeling as if he was branded at the center of the universe. It was as if he could control everything in the world. He was undergoing the baptism of the Yang realm's origin. He was obtaining a new life from head to toe. When he was in the lesser netherworld, he had achieved the quasi-saint realm, but it couldn't be compared to what he was now. The disparity was too great, and he had never experienced this before. He felt that his current corporeal body was like divine gold, and his spirit was like a divine rainbow. No matter which race he encountered, as long as the difference in realm wasn't too great, he could slaughter them. Chu Feng was convinced that he had stepped onto the path of the strongest. He compared it in his heart and verified it with the contents of the letter written by Empyrean Rockfox's master. Once again, he confirmed that this was the state of the strongest body. His corporeal body was flawless. After the great circle of the invincible golden body, he had directly transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Now, Chu Feng's body was sparkling and translucent like jade. Moreover, it was emitting a fragrance. There seemed to be boundless power within his body as he raised his hand. He felt that his fist seal could penetrate the heavens and that there was nothing he couldn't do. Chu Feng was alert and calmed himself down. At this moment, he felt that he was becoming more and more in tune with the entire world. The world in his eyes seemed to have become much brighter, and what he saw in his heart was somewhat different. He saw traces of order shadows gliding across the horizon. Those were the wandering paths of the Yang realm's great Tao left behind millions of years ago. Chu Feng was shocked. If he carefully captured them like this, he would constantly be enlightened. How could his final achievements be bad? This is the path of the strongest. It might be very difficult along the way, and there will be many hardships and dangers, and even the road ahead will be cut off. However, if I use my body as a bridge and cross over at different stages, I will be able to suppress all enemies in the end. Chu Feng's heart trembled. This path of the strongest was indeed terrifying. It was too shocking. His current corporeal body and spirit had reached the strongest state in this domain. After stepping onto this path, the world he saw was completely different. He could see through traces of the Tao's path. If this continued, he would naturally rise and comprehend even more astonishing things. Although this path is incomplete and is considered difficult to walk to the end, I believe that I can continue and walk through it. When that time came, Chu Feng believed that he would finally be able to transcend. Even if he jumped out of the Yang realm and encountered the player behind the reincarnation path, he would still be able to fight. Even if he drew out the creatures of the Yang realm, he would still have the confidence to face them calmly and calmly. Even if one day the legend became a reality and he encountered creatures from other nodes and branches of evolution, he would still be able to compete confidently and kill his way to the peak. At this moment, Chu Feng blossomed with auspicious light, as if he was drowned in a mass of dazzling light. He was still absorbing the essence of the Dao fusion grass. A moment later, several more fruits flew over and landed in his mouth. Ka-cha sounds rang out as he directly chewed on them. The fruits disappeared into his mouth. In reality, they were directly absorbed by his corporeal body and plundered by the small grinding stone to refine the origin runes. It was easy to absorb and comprehend. He was consolidating and, at the same time, pushing himself to evolve to a higher realm. At this moment, Chu Feng was very sacred from head to toe. He came into contact with the Dao law fragments, and that ancient and primitive aura permeated his entire body. In an instant, he had an illusion as if he had arrived before the heavens were split open and witnessed the secrets of origin. He had captured the vague traces of the primitive great Tao. He was absorbing, comprehending, and improving himself. Damn it, he's still evolving. The three-headed divine dragon Yin Tua was shocked and angry. At the same time, a chill rose in his heart, and he felt somewhat uneasy. If he allowed Chowda to rise rapidly, he would definitely be a threat to him in the future. The others were also shaken. They had never seen such a freak. This Chowda was constantly improving and hadn't stopped. After breaking through to the Golden Realm, he should be at the elementary stage of the quasi-saint realm. But now, Chowda had reached the intermediate stage in a short time and then rushed to the late stage. This was too fast. Chu Feng himself could feel how terrifying he was. He had experienced the evolution of the quasi-saint level in the past. Now that he had returned and made a comparison, he could roughly estimate how extraordinary he was now. In truth, he really wanted to find someone to fight and test his quality. Or to be more precise, he wanted to find a group of people to fight and kill a group of experts. Only then would he be able to demonstrate how terrifying he was on the path to becoming the strongest. Chu Feng was very quiet. His body was glowing like raging flames as if he was burning. He was still in the process of harvesting the Dao-fusing grass as he continued to grow stronger. At this moment, he had already reached the late stage of the quasi-saint level. If this continued, he would definitely reach the great circle of perfection or even breakthrough. This was somewhat abnormal. He was very worried that a flaw would be left behind. He was worried that the path to becoming a quasi-saint wouldn't be stable enough and would leave a flaw in the strongest physique. He felt that it was necessary to first slow down and temporarily stop himself. He had to examine himself and check if there were any flaws so that the path to the strongest evolution could be maintained perfectly. But he also didn't want to waste the opportunity before him. Didn't he see that divine King Qi Feng's eyes were red? He wanted nothing more than to kill him, because he was madly plundering the essence of the Dao-fused grass at this moment, and it even affected God King Qi Feng, who was close by. Not to mention surrounding Chao De, even a portion of the materials of fortune that Qi Feng himself required was seized away. You deserve to die. Qi Feng was awe-inspiring. He really wanted nothing more than to slap him to death and turn him into a bloody mist. In the vicinity, the others also had ugly expressions. They were all affected. Chad had gone crazy. There were vortexes outside his body, and golden light blossomed amidst the gray clouds as he plundered their opportunities. Chu Feng revealed a cold smile, feeling increasingly satisfied. He couldn't stop. Wouldn't it be foolish to give up the creation substance in front of him to the enemy? Although I need to stop and figure out if there are any deviations in the path to the strongest, I still have other Dao fruits to carry the creation substance. Chu Feng arrived at the divine monarch Dao fruit sealed in the small grinding stone. He had cultivated it in the lesser Yin realm. After coming to the Yang realm, he deeply felt that it was lacking and had too many flaws. Of course, the most serious problem was that once the divine monarch Dao fruit in the lesser Yin realm was exposed, he would be struck by lightning. Moreover, it would be the strongest heavenly tribulation in history. Now, he felt that he could merge the essence of the Dao-fusing grass he had plundered into the Dao fruit in the lesser Yin realm to refine this divine monarch core. Once he thought of it, Chu Feng didn't hesitate in the slightest. He was still fighting for opportunities and plundering the creation substance, but he was secretly injecting them into the Dao fruit of his previous life. Chapter 1226. The divine king core from his previous life was suppressed between the small grinding stone and the stone jar. It was very convenient to use it now, and he didn't need to worry about being discovered. Both the gray grinding stone and the 3-inch tall stone jar were very special and could conceal the secrets of heaven. Chu Feng was excited as he continued to compete with the others for the fortune. The runes and profoundness from the Dao-fusing herb on the altar entered the divine king core like water ripples. Chu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction and joy as he watched these origin runes and Dao law fragments from the Yang realm being injected into the Dao fruit from his previous life. One could guess that the divine king core could change the current situation and gradually perfect the once incomplete Dao fruit. He hoped that the divine king core could be refined and baptized to its strongest state in the end. If that was the case, he would be able to recover his previous life's Dao position. His strength would soar, and he would be able to look down on the geniuses of the various races. Of course, the most important thing was to accumulate and subtly raise his ceiling. The greatest use of the Dao-fusing herb wasn't to baptize the body or improve the Dao fruit. It wasn't a potent medicine, but a subtle increase in one's foundation. Chu Feng's mind was peaceful as he bathed in the light rain. He was very relaxed. Whether he absorbed it or injected it into the divine king core, it was all the same. These materials of fortune would help him. It was like a piece of meat in the pot that couldn't run away. He felt that this was also good. He was too eye-catching and actually broke through at the last moment. Moreover, he was going to improve by leaps and bounds. This was too shocking. If he jumped in front of everyone and evolved from a quasi-saint to a saint, it would probably cause a huge uproar. At that time, not to mention others, even the ancestor of the 6-eared macaque race might capture him and dissect him to slowly study him. There was no need to mention the protector of this place. That celestial venerable of the 9-headed bird race might immediately attack him. Others were trembling with fear as they absorbed the foundation and couldn't break through on the spot. Only he was too conspicuous. If he broke through again and again, he would definitely receive extra attention. One must keep a low profile. Chu Feng sighed. Moreover, he had said out loud. In the end, the people around him wanted to vomit blood and bury him with their spittle. Everyone was of the opinion that he was pretending to be 13, looting again and again. Low-key my asterisk guess. The group of people even had the urge to skin him alive. He was too hated. Chu Feng didn't pay them any attention. The vortices around him became densely packed, becoming more and more vigorous as they fought over natural luck. At this moment, he felt the essence continuously rush into his body, cleansing his divine King Dao fruit. It was as if he was shrouded by a great sun, dazzling and dazzling. Then a group of people cursed. They truly couldn't take it anymore, and all of the evolvers close to him wanted to curse out loud. Out of 10 strands of natural luck, at least 8 strands were seized by Chowda. How could they still talk about blocking Chowda? Instead, they were being tormented. All creatures that sat next to him felt regret. They really shouldn't have sat at his side. Right now, it was simply a nightmare, suffering retribution. Chu Feng closed his eyes, feeling at ease as he robbed them. At this moment, Jean Lin's face was pale, and she was about to cry. This was a rare opportunity, yet it was actually going to be interrupted by someone. In the distance, the monkey, Peng Wanli, Mi Qing, and the others were also stunned. They were stupefied. They all wanted to say that Chowda was truly a freak and couldn't be judged with common sense. He was just one person, yet he could affect a group of people and reverse rob them. This made those enemies' eyes turn red, and they were about to go crazy. Chowda, do you still have any humanity left? Even if you had the slightest bit of sympathy, you wouldn't take things to the extreme like this. You're going too far. Can't you see that Jinlin is about to cry? The three-headed divine Dragon Yin Tuo was extremely shameless. He could even say such words without any psychological burden. Even Chu Feng was stunned. He wanted to spit at Yin Tuo's face. This group of people surrounded and obstructed him, ruining his opportunity, wanting him to return empty-handed. This was cutting off his future path, no different from killing his parents. Now, these people went for wool and came home shorn, yet they still had the face to blame him. Chowda, as an evolver, you should be magnanimous. Do you want to make the entire world your enemy by killing them all? Another person spoke, completely anxious. He was incomparably fretful after being robbed like this. Magnanimous your grandpa. Chu Feng was displeased, turning into a big spitfire again. Then, he targeted the three-headed divine Dragon Yin Ta, clearly telling him that if he were to crush him this time, he could forget about obtaining a strand of natural luck. Chu Feng then looked at the nine-headed bird race's divine, King Chi Feng, saying, "Didn't you want to seal me up, to cut off my future, to obstruct my path of evolution, to make me return empty-handed and have no fate with the Dao Fusion grass? Ape, try using the net of order to suppress me again." He challenged, looking down on Chi Feng. Chi Feng's face alternated between green and white. He truly couldn't take it anymore. He felt a wave of humiliation, and even his face was boiling hot. Then, his expression became ashen, and he really wanted to kill Chowda. This was exposing his shortcomings, provoking him. He, a glorious divine king, couldn't do anything to a youth. Even the two divine kings at Chi Feng's side had ugly expressions, turning a bit green. Not long ago, they had also taken action to help Chi Feng, but in the end, they still couldn't deal with Chowda. And now, even these two were affected. Even though they were divine kings, they still lost a bit of natural luck, seized by Chowda. Divine king experts wanted to seal a golden body cultivator to death, yet they ended in failure and were instead ridiculed. This made them lose all face, and their hearts were full of gloominess. The most serious thing was that the natural luck belonging to divine kings was still decreasing, being plundered by Chowda. This was intolerable because this was related to their future. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, no longer paying them any attention. He looted in peace. He sat cross-legged on a praying mat, his hands forming the Buddhist race's magical imprint. He was like a Buddha holding a flower. His eyes were closed, yet there was a smile on his face. Divine light erupted around him, curling around him. "Do you want to anger me to death?" Someone shouted. Chowda was risking his life to loot them, seizing all types of natural luck, yet he still dared to smile there. Was he mocking them all? This is the charm of the Tao race, the style of smiling while holding a flower. Do you understand? Chu Feng looked down on Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao couldn't stand it. This was the attitude of those baldies, all right? Don't randomly accuse me. Divine King Xiao Shiyun also rolled her eyes. Her fair and sparkling face was covered in black lines. No matter how she looked at him, Chowda didn't seem like a good person. Following that, Chu Feng calmed his heart and mind. He was in a transcendent state, plucking flowers and laughing as he looted the nearby enemies. This kind of attitude caused Jin Lai, the Kuan dragon, and the others to suffer serious injuries. They really wanted to jump up and launch an attack, giving him a fatal blow. However, a strand of the aura of an Empyrean slid past, alerting even the divine kings. There were experts protecting the order of this place. Not long after, people discovered that there were fine and incomplete order chains seeping out from Chowda's body. They turned into multicolored light and entered the void. Some people were furious, and the veins on their foreheads were throbbing. They believed that Chowda had looted too much of the essence of the Dao fusing grass. Now, his body was saturated and could no longer accommodate too many creation substances. At this time, he had absorbed too much of the Yang realm's source energy, causing it to dissipate. Someone opened his mouth and coughed up blood. His eyes were red because he hadn't obtained much creation substances until now. Chu Feng ignored him. He looked into the small grinding stone and examined himself. He clearly knew what had happened, and his heart was very excited. After obtaining those materials of fortune, his godly monarch core was baptized and tempered 1,000 times. Some of the so-called incomplete and erroneous law fragments were crushed out. He was reconstructing the divine king's Tao fruit. Those multicolored light, those broken order chains, and so on were all incomplete world imprints inscribed in the Little Yin realm. They weren't perfect enough, so they were now being replaced and gradually perfected. Therefore, some runes were expelled. For a moment, Chu Feng felt refreshed and full of energy. Now, his smiling posture was more and more transcendent. This made the nine-headed divine king of the bird race, Chi Feng, so angry that his face flushed and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. From their point of view, this was naked mockery. Chao De was incomparably satisfied with wasting creation substances. He was laughing and looking down on them. Rumble. Not long after, apart from the fruit, even one of the leaves of the Tao-fusing grass broke off and flew toward Chu Feng. It was broken down by the countless vortexes outside his body and then absorbed into his body. When they saw this scene, Chi Feng and the other two divine kings wanted to vomit blood. The entire Tao-fusing grass had a total of 9 leaves, and there were 9 fruits on each leaf. Now, he had directly destroyed one of them. Earlier, only a small piece of one of the leaves broke off and flew toward Chao De. Now it was almost uprooted. The part of the Tao-fusing grass that was facing Chu Feng was badly damaged, as if it had been bitten by a dog. Chi Feng's face twitched. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his hand and was about to kill Chao De with a palm strike and beat him into a pile of meat paste. However, a wisp of pressure secretly descended and warned him that if he dared to make a move, he would suffer the most severe punishment. "I can't stand it anymore," someone shouted. His heart was bleeding. What did they come here for? To obtain creation substances and expand one's upper limit was related to the ultimate achievement of one's life. Now, this path had been cut off by someone. Not long ago, they were still smiling faintly and targeting Chao De so that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. In the end, the situation was reversed. In order to obtain this quota, the old ancestors of the various races didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality and push their own descendants onto the list. Now, all of this had been destroyed with a single thought. All the pores on Chu Feng's body relaxed. His spirit and physical body seemed to have returned to their mother's womb and were being reborn. They received the nourishment of innate substances and were constantly being purified, becoming stronger and stronger. The key was the accumulation of potential and a lifetime's foundation. It was constantly accumulating. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes, he discovered that there were still 3.5 leaves left on the Tao-fusing grass that were still glowing. And around him, there was only emptiness. Not to mention the others. Even the divine kings of the 9-headed bird race had run away to squeeze space with others and fight for territory. A group of people had actually fled. The losses were disastrous. Of course, even if they stood up with ashen faces and searched for other praying mats, it would still be rather difficult. This was because there weren't many seats left in other places. The old heavenly deity secretly warned that the seats had long been established and the order was already set. They wouldn't allow the strong to bully the weak here. Of course, if you felt that you could challenge the strong and fight divine kings at the saint level, then that wasn't a problem. You could just go and fight for it. This made the Kuan dragon, Jin Lai, Yin Tuo, and the others want to curse out loud. Even in this place of Tao comprehension, they still had to strictly abide by the rules and couldn't be broken. After Chu Feng opened his eyes, they flickered with radiance. He wanted to move around a bit. When he saw his opponents huddled together, He laughed maliciously and directly got up. Boom! He aimed a bolt of lightning that streaked past the ear of that nine-headed bird race divine king. This was true lightning, and it made Chi Feng, who was in the midst of comprehending the Tao, feel his chi and blood churn. He almost fell to the ground, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He suddenly opened his eyes, incomparably furious. He was at a crucial moment of Tao comprehension, but someone had actually disturbed him. Sorry, just now I had a feeling and comprehended the profound meaning of thunder. I accidentally caused too much of a commotion. Chu Feng smiled. Chi Feng really wanted to kill someone. How dare he do this? However, the old heavenly deity secretly warned him not to be impudent and not to attack. Divine King Mi Hong laughed loudly and said, "Weren't you disturbing others before? Karma really comes quickly. You're allowed to disturb others, but can't others counterattack? Don't be a sore loser." Divine King Li Jiuxiao also spoke. Chi Feng was furious, but in the end, he endured it. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend Tao again. After a while, Chu Feng stood up. Then, without a sound, he made his move decisively. He lifted the Wolf Fong club and smashed it down. He already knew that he had to abide by the camp's rules here. He could challenge those of a higher realm, but he couldn't bully the weak. This made things easier. He chose his target very carefully. Without saying anything, he first smashed the head of the Kuan dragon, who was at a critical moment of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Bang! The Kuan dragon's vision darkened, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if his head wasn't his own anymore. What the F***CK was going on? He felt that he was finished. Not to mention the physical injuries, just the great Tao injuries alone were unbearable. Bang! At this moment, the three-headed divine dragon Yun Tuo, who was right next to him, also felt his vision darkening. His head was ringing, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Someone was actually making a move under such circumstances. The Kuan dragon and Yun Tuo felt like they were going crazy. Chapter 12:27. You're awake. When Chu Feng saw Yun Tuo open his eyes, the mace in his hand immediately danced like a windmill. He swung it endlessly and smashed it without stopping. Bang! 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 Yun Tuo was stupefied. Only then did he focus a little. In the end, intense pain surged over like a tide. His vision turned black, and he simply couldn't stand it. In just a split second, he suffered at least 38 blows. A total of 38 blows from the mace all landed on his head. Even a god couldn't stand it. This time, his skull was split into pieces. He was in so much pain that he was going crazy. One had to know that that was a heavy weapon, the mace. It was made of a special rare metal and was measured in units of tens of thousands of kilograms. Being swung around and smashed violently like this was simply like a metal mountain bombarding him. Even a dragon couldn't bear it at all. His head was cracked, and his soul light was severely damaged. The black light of the mace corroded him immediately. One had to know that the mace was a weapon of the six-eared macaque race. It was an important treasure. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of the monkey Meteon? It could severely injure a person's physical body and even kill their soul light. Now, Yin Tuo was almost beaten to death. Roar! At the crucial moment, a terrifying light beam emitted from Yun Tuo's shoulders. Both sides of his shoulders protruded, and there were heads drilling out, about to pop out. Boom! Chu Feng didn't say anything else. He changed his target just like that and directly dealt a fatal blow. There was nothing to hesitate about now. If he couldn't take down Yun Tuo immediately, then he would be in trouble. After all, this was a god, and his realm level was right there. Poor Yun Tuo. Although he was known as a three-headed divine dragon, he only used one as the main head. The other two heads were used to store the soul light of the clones, and they were far inferior to the main head. Moreover, the soul light was connected. When the main head was injured just now, the soul light of the two clones was actually severely damaged as well. Their resistance now wasn't as strong. Chu Feng had struck 58 times in one go, and the two skulls had long since been smashed to pieces. Fortunately, one of the heads wasn't completely shattered and could still be pieced together. If there was great medicine, it could still be healed. However, as a three-headed divine dragon, a top-notch powerhouse among the gods who had the qualifications to come here, it was really too miserable for him to end up like this. If this got out, it would be a stain on his life. After all, he was now crippled by a second saint. No one had expected that Chao Da would be so ferocious, taking down Yin Tuo just like that. Moreover, he didn't make a single sound, immediately launching a sneak attack. He was too ruthless. Chao Da Yin Tuo was filled with hatred and was about to faint. Moreover, he carried boundless resentment because he reckoned that he might have encountered a huge problem. Even though he wasn't dead yet, the consequences of being interrupted while comprehending the Tao were too severe. That's right, it's me, it's still me. Chu Feng shouted in a timely manner. F***CK. At the last moment, Yin Tuo's head that could still be considered to be intact directly rolled back his eyes, and he was angered to the point of fainting. Meanwhile, within his body, all types of divine chains of order moved about chaotically, corroding his foundation and wearing away at his foundation. Sure enough, the most serious problem occurred. During this process, it was not that no one wanted to interfere. In reality, the God King of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Feng, had stood up a long time ago, but he was blocked by Mi Hong. The two God Kings beside Chi Feng also stood up, wanted to target him. Li Jiuxiao snorted coldly, looking down on them. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind, causing the two God Kings to be fearful and not dare to act rashly. Although these two were also well-known figures among the God Kings, they were still a little lacking compared to Li Jiuxiao. Li Jiuxiao was currently one of the strongest God Kings in the world. In recent years, the God Kings ranked ahead of him had either become celestial venerables or passed away in meditation. His accumulation was deeper and more terrifying, and he was undefeatable at this level. Therefore, when Chu Feng smashed fiercely there, Yin Tuo could only endure it, and no one could step forward. Phew! Chu Feng let out a long breath. Defeating Yin Tuo was much more satisfying, as the other party had completely lost his ability to fight. In this place, he fought the strong as the weak, and it was not against the rules at all to challenge the strong. However, if he was suppressed by the strong, he could not blame others. Even if he was killed, he could only blame it on his bad luck. After all, he was the one who initiated this battle. It was very risky for Chu Feng to choose Yin Tuo. If he did not succeed, he would be in danger. However, he did not completely kill Yin Tuo. He did not go one step further, as that would be as bad as falling short. He could challenge him, but if he killed him, he would probably anger the celestial venerables in the dark. Chao Da! At this time, the Kuan dragon roared angrily. He was the first to be hit, and his head was dizzy. The top of his head was split open, and he almost collapsed to the ground. In his body, all kinds of rule fragments were running amok, and he almost went berserk. After adjusting his breathing with difficulty, his body's condition was still terrible, but he managed to temporarily suppress it. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that Yin Tuo was finished. He was attacked by Chao Da, and the dignified god was covered in blood. His head was not intact, and he was lying on the praying mat. The Kuan dragon's eyes were cold, and he was about to rush up and activate the long blade in his hand to fight Chao Da to the death. It's me, Chu Feng admitted it openly. This was even more infuriating, and it made the Kuan dragon burn with rage. This was the same as pissing on your head, and in the end, he still proudly took credit and said, "That's right, it's me who did it. It's just as vile." The long blade in the Kuan dragon's hand was unsheathed, and he was about to kill Chu Feng. Suddenly, it was like a white waterfall, and it was like the Milky Way pouring down from the nine heavens. It bloomed, and it reflected the astonished expressions of everyone here. This blade was too stunning. However, Chu Feng was really not afraid. He was already in the late stage of quasi-saint, and after the tempering just now, his confidence had skyrocketed because he was walking the path of the strongest. He was confident that he could overcome the stronger and go against the trend. Therefore, when he was choosing his target just now, the first one he chose was the Kuan dragon. This was because he had confidence in his heart, and he wasn't afraid of the Kuan dragon if they were to really fight a decisive battle. It was just that when he saw the three-headed divine dragon, Yinta was right next to the Kuan dragon and was the closest to him. So Chu Feng couldn't help but want to use underhanded means to get rid of this god that was always targeting him. Therefore, in the end, after he gave the Kuan dragon a blow, he quickly and decisively changed his target and wholeheartedly attacked Yinta. If Yinta knew what he was thinking, he would probably vomit blood from anger. Chu Feng erupted and fought with the Kuan dragon. Endless golden light gushed out from his mouth. That was sword chi, and that was his martial will. He wanted to resist the Kuan dragon. Of course, during this process, he kept on plundering the substance of creation, and the vortex on the surface of his body didn't disappear at all. Even when he was wielding the mace and smashing Yun Tuo continuously, he didn't stop absorbing the essence of the Dao fusion grass. This was the proper business, and he couldn't waste this opportunity. Therefore, this also made people especially displeased. You've already gone to harm people, and you've gone to find someone to use underhanded means, yet you're still so greedy and insatiable. Bang! Amidst the violent collision, the blade light suddenly vanished. The Kuan dragon coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body spasmed. His body was like a sieve, and he directly fell head first to the ground. At the critical moment, the divine chains of order within his body ran amok, and the fragments of laws surged, almost causing his body to be torn apart and cause him to suffer from chi deviation. With a clang, the Kuan dragon's blade fell to the ground, and all the blade light naturally vanished. The dazzling golden light that Chu Feng spat out from his mouth was like a tidal wave of energy, and it slammed onto the Kuan dragon's body just like that, causing his body to be blasted flying. One had to know that this contained Chu Feng's martial will, and it was too terrifying. If it was really used against someone at the same cultivation level, it would be invincible. Even the Kuan dragon, who was known as the #1 saint in Harmony Prefecture's camp, couldn't bear it anymore. After all, something had happened to his body, and his defenses had collapsed. At this moment, the Kuan dragon was like a ragged bag that was covered in cracks after being struck by the dazzling golden light from Chu Feng's mouth. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body was about to explode. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Kuan dragon had been defeated? Hadn't the Kuan dragon stood up just now? And with the #1 saint's blade in his hand, he had displayed shocking, killing intent. That kind of blade light had stunned everyone. So how could he have been defeated so suddenly? Naturally, many people saw the problem and knew that the divine chains of order within the Kuan dragon's body were in chaos. However, there were also some people who didn't understand the situation. They were all shocked and dumbfounded, thinking that Chao Da had defeated the Kuan dragon with a single attack. The #1 saint, the Kuan dragon, has been defeated by Chao Da. Heavens, what did I just see? The Kuan dragon's blade chi is peerless and invincible, but he was actually overturned by Chao Da in a single exchange. Is this a change of dynasties and a reshaping of the saint rankings? Even if Chao Da has advanced, he's only at the quasi-saint realm. How could he seriously injure the Kuan dragon with a single attack? Some people were in an uproar, especially those at the Golden Body realm, quasi-saint realm, and the saint realm. They were all dumbfounded. Chu Feng's attack was too shocking for them. Even the monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao were speechless. They felt that this sworn brother of theirs was about to ascend to the heavens and directly overturn the Kuan dragon. Mi Qing's large eyes flickered with resplendent light. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he clapped his hands and cheered. Jean Lai grinned. He didn't know what he was feeling in his heart. At first, he was very disdainful when he saw Chao Da shamelessly overturn Yin Ta, but soon after, he saw Chowda display his might and overturn the Kuan dragon with a mouthful of golden light. This moved him, and his heart trembled. Jinlin also felt complicated. This enemy, this bastard who had offended her, sat on her body, and boasted shamelessly that he would take care of her, was actually so powerful. Even the Kuan dragon had been defeated in a single move. She had always had a good impression of the Kuan dragon because she liked experts and revered her father's generation. Naturally, the Tao companion she was looking for was also an invincible evolver. But now, the number one saint, the Kuan dragon, had been sent flying by Chu Feng with a single move and was bleeding from all 7 apertures. Who can fight me? Chu Feng muttered to himself. It wasn't that everyone couldn't see through it. Mi Hong, Ji Kai-Xian, Li Jiuxiao, the divine king of the 9-headed bird race, Qi Feng, and the others all understood what was going on. Xiao Yao's little aunt, Xiao Shiyun, was even curling her lips. She felt that this Chowda was too shameless. Wasn't this because he had attacked in advance? And now, he actually had the nerve to look down on the world and speak such arrogant words. However, there was also a group of people who didn't know. At this moment, they were naturally shaken and couldn't help but be in an uproar. Chowda is too powerful. He only spat out a beam of golden light from his mouth and overturned the Kuan dragon. Is this because he's too powerful, or is the Kuan dragon too famous? No one can deny that Chowda has risen. Even a few divine kings couldn't stop his momentum. Some people are like comets flying across the sky, like the blazing sun hanging in the sky. They are destined to shine brilliantly for life and are unstoppable. A group of people sighed and talked about Chowda's bravery. Moreover, some people who were paying attention to this place directly spread the news. At this time, Chu Feng walked forward in large strides. With a bang, he kicked the Kuan dragon, whose body had cracked open, into the air and said, "You're too weak. Although I don't want to say you're useless, you really can't withstand a single blow." At this moment, the Kuan dragon had just woken up. After all, he was the number one saint. Even if there was a major problem with his body, his powerful will still awakened. But when he heard such words and saw Chowda kick him, the Kuan dragon couldn't take it anymore. He was so angry that he coughed up blood and was about to faint again. Before his vision turned black and he finally lost consciousness, he really wanted to curse Chowda for being so shameless. He tried to open his mouth and wanted to say something. Do you dare to truly? He wanted to say the words truly fight, but in the end, Chu Feng interrupted him and didn't give him a chance. Too weak. You're not worthy to be my enemy. Chapter 12:28. The Kuan dragon was filled with hatred. He was unwilling even if he fainted. His body trembled slightly as his consciousness struggled in the boundless darkness. He wanted nothing more than to kill his way out and clear his name. However, he was trapped in his own inner world. Tao law fragments were running amok in his body, almost splitting him into pieces. His mental fortitude is too weak. He fainted before I even exerted my strength. Is this the so-called number one divine blade of the Yongzhou camp? Chu Feng shook his head. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very serious. His heroic appearance was reflected in many people's hearts, leaving a deep impression that was difficult to erase. Of course, this was reflected in the hearts of those who didn't know the inside story. As for divine kings like Xiao, Shiyun, and Ji Kai-Xian, their mouths twitched slightly. What kind of lousy child was this? He was too shameless. They felt that even if the Kuan dragon could recover and heal his great Tao injuries, it would leave a shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. This ending was too indescribable. This isn't the first time. Last time, my brother Chowda killed the Kuan dragon. The monkey shouted happily. The golden fur on his body was shining as he cheered for Chowda. Humph! The divine king of the 9-headed bird race snorted coldly. I think the Kuan dragon was killed by Chowda's saliva. He was very disdainful and dissatisfied. How could this happen? A group of people surrounded and intercepted Chowda, but in the end, Chowda succeeded and stole the creation substance, causing them to suffer losses. That makes sense. Chowda spat out a mouthful of golden light. Isn't that the same as spitting out saliva? He directly killed the Kuan dragon. Someone nodded in agreement. Chi Feng's eyes widened. What was going on? Was he praising Chowda? He was clearly mocking him, yet someone interpreted it in such a way. Chowda spat out a mouthful of air, and the number 1 saint was killed. Someone sighed. This was definitely someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. Of course, there were also people who didn't like it. Chowda is indeed a great scolder. He scolds whoever he catches. Now, he angered the Kuan dragon to death. Chu Feng didn't take it to heart. He had the appearance of an expert, and he even nodded at Chi Feng in greeting. The divine king of the 9-headed bird race, Chi Feng, almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. What the hell are you nodding your head for? This is mockery and ridicule, all right? You're still pretending. Do you really think it's a compliment? Chu Feng picked up the Kuan dragon with his mace and wanted to give it a few more blows. However, he found that the Kuan dragon was in a terrible condition and was about to die. He quickly put it down gently, not wanting to bear the crime of being a murderer. It was fine for him to injure someone here, but if he really wanted to kill someone, then it would be very troublesome. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, it would have a very negative impact. He put on a very magnanimous appearance and said, "Although you have always been against me, I am a magnanimous and open-minded person. I will not bicker with you. Forget it. Take care of yourself." Monkey exclaimed, "Benevolence! If it were anyone else who would show mercy to their enemies, they would have long been beaten to death." Peng Wanli nodded, "Brother, you've done well. The benevolent are invincible. We should be like this, not bickering with them. If they come for revenge, let them be. We'll receive them." Many people were speechless. That Chow Blackhand, had the nerve to say that he was open-minded and magnanimous? Was he worthy of the evaluation of benevolence? The group of people almost spat out their saliva. They really couldn't hold it in. Although they admitted that Chowda was indeed powerful and had astonishing talent, even defeating the number 1 saint, it was definitely a joke to say that he was magnanimous. Who was the one who sneakily attacked just now? Everyone saw it clearly under everyone's watchful eyes. Of course, it couldn't be said that Chowda's actions were wrong. After all, it was Chi Feng, Yin Tao, Jin Lai, and the Kuan dragon who targeted him first, blocking his evolution path. However, it definitely couldn't be said that Chowda was magnanimous. This fellow was a classic example of someone who didn't want to suffer losses. That was why he directly went to sneakily attack after being targeted. In order to vent the resentment in his heart, this fella didn't even hesitate to hit a deity. He went up and attacked without saying much. Didn't he see that Yin Tuo was still rolling his eyes and convulsing there? Chu Feng threw down the Kuan dragon and revealed an extremely brilliant smile. He rushed over to Jin Lin again. "What do you want to do?" Jin Lai was anxious. The other party could beat the number 1 saint when he was a quasi-saint. If he were to face his sister now, he would definitely capture and kill her. Jin Lin's heart also trembled. Although she was proud and arrogant, she felt uneasy all over now. She definitely couldn't fight with Chow. Otherwise, it would most likely be very embarrassing. Chu Feng said, "It's nothing. I feel like old friends with Miss Jin Lin. Last time, we even got to know each other through a fight. I've long since come to a tacit understanding with her. It's not convenient for me to say some things to you, but I have a private conversation with your sister. You don't have to worry about it." "What?" The more Jin Lai listened, the more he felt uncomfortable. In the end, his expression even changed. What was this scoundrel saying? Moreover, he glanced suspiciously at his sister and inquired. Jin Lin was naturally ashamed and resentful. This Chowda was too much of good for nothing. Speaking nonsense in public would arouse suspicion, even if it was nothing. As expected, someone directly whispered and mentioned the matter of Chu Feng sitting on her when Jin Lai was captured. Many people had seen it. Someone mentioned it and immediately made even more people seriously doubt. Could it be that Jin Lin had really compromised with Chowda when she was captured and reached some conditions? Chowda. Jin Lin gritted her teeth. Her waist-length golden hair fluttered in the wind, and her fair and lustrous face was full of shame and resentment. Forget it. Let's talk about our matters in private. Comprehending the Tao is more important. Chu Feng retreated and actually turned around. He returned to his prayer mat and closed his eyes to comprehend the laws again. In reality, the vortex outside his body hadn't disappeared at all during this process. It had been plundering from the beginning to the end. There was a divine king core in his body. The world was turning upside down inside, as it was comprehending the Tao at an even higher level. Chu Feng felt that after such a long time, there were only 3 leaves of the Tao fusion herb left. He should continue to baptize his body and couldn't inject all the essence of the Tao fusion herb into the divine king core. For a moment, Chu Feng was quiet, and everyone felt a little uncomfortable. He was still bragging just now, but in the end, he instantly became solemn. Chu Feng comprehended the Tao and attracted the essence of the Tao fusion herb into his flesh and blood. All kinds of patterns interweaved and flowed in his blood, flashed in his organs, and glowed in his bone marrow. His physique was improving again. Before long, he had reached the late stage of the quasi-sage realm and was moving towards the Great Circle. Chu Feng felt that as long as he was willing, he could break into the true saint realm and become increasingly powerful. He couldn't help but ponder whether there were any flaws or if there were any careless mistakes or regrets. He couldn't have any problems on his path to become the strongest. He had to become the strongest. What he wanted was to become a saint with his physical body, an invincible body. Just think about it. The great dark hand of prehistory, Li Su. He was so powerful, but in the end, an accident had befallen him. How could Chu Feng not be vigilant? He carefully tempered himself. He had to walk the path of the strongest and reach the unblemished level. This was because the enemies he would face in the future might be unimaginably terrifying. Chu Feng comprehended the Tao. In his eyes, the nearby void was distorted and the prehistoric path of the great Tao appeared. There was no self or object in his heart as he tried to figure out the profound meaning of the origin. The Tao fusion herb had once carried the great Tao and left behind many Tao paths on it. Before long, he recovered and felt that there shouldn't be any problems. However, he was still worried and went to study the notes written by the Stone Fox Celestial Venerable's master. He studied them all the way from awakening to the shackles and then all the way to the Divine King realm. He read them all. If he wanted to walk the path of the strongest, the various conditions were too harsh. He read a paragraph that touched on the Divine King realm. It was a simple deduction that moved him greatly. He had seen it before, but after entering this world, his realm had fallen in the Yang realm, and his Yin realm Tao fruit had been sealed. He was powerless even if he wanted to. Now that he had broken through again and again, it might come in handy in the future. Hence, he was attentive. This record mentioned an unimaginable evolutionary path. It was not a so-called secret manual, nor was it a mature evolutionary path, but rather a method within a theoretical conjecture. The Stone Fox Celestial Venerable's master had mentioned that this was something he had seen in the works of a predecessor. It was only a deduction, and no one had succeeded in cultivating it. Cultivate a type of Tao fruit in the Yang realm, and then go to the Great Yin realm to cultivate a type of Tao fruit. When the two collide, extreme Yang and extreme Yin will bloom and merge together, forming an unimaginable hybrid Tao fruit, or the Tao fruit of primal chaos. The theory mentioned in this letter was very attractive because it contained a wide range of references and all types of deductions. Once it was cultivated, the benefits would be unimaginable. Of course, this process was also terrifyingly dangerous. The slightest mistake would consign one to eternal damnation. Who would have thought that after cultivating a type of Tao fruit in the Yang realm, they would still take the risk of running to the Great Yin realm? A single mistake would result in them not being acclimatized and courting death. After entering another world, perhaps everything would change. If one couldn't adapt to the laws of that world, their life would be in danger. Moreover, whether or not the Great Yin realm existed was still a theoretical deduction. Of course, some predecessors had confirmed that the Great Een realm did exist. But who had gone before? Of those who went there, who came back alive? Chu Feng was a little excited. Although he hadn't been to the Great Een realm, his Dao fruit from his previous life was cultivated in the Lesser Een realm, so it should be similar. Moreover, he could find special materials from the Een realm to replenish it and make it complete. When he cultivated a matching Dao fruit in the Yang realm, it would be unimaginable if they really collided and merged together. The letter also mentioned that there was another advantage of this Dao fruit in this theory. When the extreme Yang and extreme Yin collided for the first time, there would be an intense explosion that could directly break through and break through. It would violently break through the barrier that seemed like a natural chasm. For example, if a divine king wanted to advance to the celestial venerable realm, it would take a long time. However, if one cultivated this method in theory, then it might greatly shorten the time and use the great collision force of Yin and Yang to tear apart the predicament, break through the shackles, and directly succeed in breaking through. Moreover, in the later deductions of that predecessor's work, there were further hypotheses. After cultivating that kind of Dao fruit, perhaps it could split again and turn into extreme Yin and extreme Yang. When there was a problem of breaking through, it could be fused again and collided again. Chu Feng's mind wandered, and he was very tempted. If he could go through this evolutionary path in deduction, it would undoubtedly be very heaven-defying. Of course, it was too generous to say that this path had 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival. Perhaps it could be said that there was no chance of survival. There are some individuals whose strength was deep and immeasurable, considered to be at the peak of the world. However, after researching this path, they couldn't resist the temptation, and in the end, they died miserably, all of them failing. The letter mentioned that in the list of famous people in the history of evolution, many creatures that stunned an arrow were killed by this path. There are thousands of paths, and it doesn't necessarily have to be chosen. However, now that I've cultivated 2 Dao fruits, it would be a pity if I don't try. Chu Feng pondered. Boom! Suddenly, the blood in his body boiled, and all the blue brilliance disappeared, turning into golden blood. His physique underwent some kind of unimaginable change. Chapter 1229. The sovereign personage blood was activated and growing rapidly. Chu Feng's body was boiling hot, as if he was in an immortal furnace, burning and roasting. Heat waves surged all over his body, and his bones, flesh, and blood were on the verge of rupturing. At the same time, he felt a vigorous life force filling his limbs and bones. The blood in his body was boiling. The blue blood was being annihilated, and the golden blood was surging continuously, flushing the blood vessel walls and spreading to every part of his body. This was a blood exchange. The blood of the first stage of the sovereign personage had disappeared, and the blue blood would never be seen again. It had all evolved into the second stage of the golden blood, which was very different from before. Chu Feng felt a powerful force surging violently. With a thought, his whole body shone like a golden sun covering him. At this moment, even his hair had turned golden, and even his pupils had turned golden. The blood exchange was still in progress. Chu Feng was convinced that he was stronger than before. An invisible domain spread out and enveloped the surroundings, causing his body to become hazy. Amidst the surging golden light, it was as though he was standing at the center of the laws and was innately invincible. At this moment, he had a feeling that he could punch through the sky and make the moon fall. However, he was very clear that this was the Yang realm, where the laws were firm. Even saints could not fly off the ground, and they were like criminals. He probably did not have the ability to move mountains and seas. However, the moment he clenched his fists, he was still incomparably confident. Who in the same realm could fight him? He really wanted to find an expert of similar realm to test the results of his evolution. He had focused on the deduction of extreme Yin and extreme Yang, but he did not expect that his flesh and blood would be repeatedly baptized and nourished by the Tao melting grass, and the sovereign personage blood would transform to such an extent. Chu Feng did not know how many forms the sovereign personage had, because there were no precise records in the books. This was a taboo in the sovereign personage clans. It was said that there should be 3 or 4 forms. However, those who could truly cultivate to the 3rd form were extremely rare. After all, there were only a few sovereign personage clans. As time passed, there would always be various changes, and there would be fewer and fewer people with a strong bloodline. According to normal evolution, some people might be able to quickly change their blood by chance. However, many people might not even be able to change their blood even once in thousands or tens of thousands of years. Of course, this was only the first 2 forms. True 3rd-rank sovereign personages were incredibly rare and had nothing to do with youth. The 3rd stage was something that even some old men considered. It was said that once one reached the 3rd stage, they would be able to reverse the flow of time and return their bodies to the golden age of youth. Now, at such a young age, Chu Feng was already a 2nd-rank human king and had reached the 2nd form. In addition, he already had blue blood in his 1st form. Even the old man was shocked, repeatedly saying that it was inconceivable. Even though he didn't go into detail, this starting point seemed a bit frighteningly high. At this moment, Chu Feng was naturally going all out to loot the good fortune materials. For the sake of evolving his human monarch blood, he had to seize as much as he could. During this process, he formed a seal with both of his hands. Lightning flashed and thunder roared around his body. He was surrounded by golden arcs of lightning from head to toe. Thunderbolts struck down one after another, exploding continuously. He was using the lightning fist to conceal the blazing golden light on his body. He was worried that someone would see through his golden blood. At this moment, the arcs of electricity shone with all types of golden multicolored light that interweaved and reflected brilliance. However, he was not afraid. The reincarnation soil and the chopstick-long black wooden spear were with the divine King Dao fruit, ready to attack at any time. If there was really danger, he would kill the big guy first. It's rare to cultivate the lightning fist to this level. His flesh and blood bear the lightning runes, and his entire body is baptized by lightning. How extraordinary! Someone sighed with incomparable envy. Indeed, Chu Feng had drawn the lightning into his body and mixed it with his golden blood. The lightning rumbled in his internal organs and surged within his bones. This was very dangerous and also very breathtaking. This was equivalent to a violent version of the thunderous breathing technique. The lightning would baptize his entire body, and if he could endure it, there would be many benefits. After cultivating the lightning fist to this level, there were too many benefits for the body. He would often use his flesh and blood to attract lightning, use his bone marrow to bear the lightning, and use the electricity to refine his internal organs. How strong would his body become? That was why the Buddhist race's thunderous breathing technique could shake the world. Chowda's lightning fist baptism was violent, but as long as he healed his internal injuries, there might be a similar effect. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared around Chu Feng. The lightning transformed into dragons, and the thunderbolts turned into towering ancient trees. They were accompanied by crackling golden lightning clouds, following which the raging waves crashed against the shore. There was golden lightning everywhere, and one of them was brandishing his fists. He stood in the middle and gave off a feeling of absolute invincibility. The pupils of some people constricted. They had a premonition that Chowda's path of evolution was no small matter. His flesh and blood were golden, and his saint blood was resplendent. The lightning had fused into the cells of his body and was helping him transform. The quasi-saint realm. However, such an evolution allowed him to kill saints. This caused some people to feel a chill in their hearts. Their eyes burst out with killing intent. The 9-headed divine, King Chi Feng, stood tall and straight. His scarlet hair danced in the wind, and his entire body was suffused with a terrifying aura. Divine monarch, divine chains of order appeared. His eyes flickered with a bloody light, and behind him was the image of a sea of blood. A terrifying, vicious bird rushed out, as if it was going to spread its wings and tear apart the heavens, tearing apart space. It released cries that could shake one's soul. Duo, Chi Feng shouted at this critical moment. It exploded near Chu Feng like a clap of thunder. It could be seen that the sound waves were too terrifying. The impact caused the space to distort and collapse. This was a naked interference. He was trying to stop Chu Feng from comprehending the Tao. He wanted to consign him to eternal damnation. How dare you? Li Jiuxiao's eyes shone with cold light. Two sword-like beams shot out from his pupils to block Qi Feng's sound waves. I didn't touch him, nor did I kill him. I didn't break the rules, Qi Feng said coldly. At the same time, the blood-colored demonic bird rushed out from the sea of blood behind him. Its nine-headed body let out a long cry that shook the heaven and earth. Blood-colored divine chains of order bloomed around Chu Feng. There was no time to stop it. Li Jiuxiao and Mi Hong both made their moves, but they could only destroy a portion of the divine chains. They didn't have time to extinguish all of them. The terrifying sound waves shook the void. It was even more ear-piercing than thunder. This wasn't an attack, but a targeted interference. It wanted Chu Feng, who was in a state of comprehension, to meet with misfortune. Not only did it want to interrupt his comprehension, but it also wanted to injure his great Tao. The monkey, Peng Wanli, Mi Qing, and the others were all shocked and anxious. This situation was too bad. A sudden attack from a divine king was a disaster for someone who was in a state of comprehension. The others also revealed strange expressions. They had seen Chao De's powerful rise, but were they going to see him fall? If one looked closely, it would be hard to punish Qi Feng. It was because earlier, both sides had used this type of method, interfering with one's comprehension of the Tao, tacitly agreeing to it. Everyone stared at Chu Feng to see if he would cough up blood. His Tao foundation would be torn apart, and he would fall into a pool of blood. The sound waves were too terrifying. Blood-colored divine chains of order interweaved and sealed the space. The sound of thunder shook the heavens. Finally, everything calmed down. The sound waves disappeared, and the divine chains were destroyed, revealing Chowda on the praying mat. Some people revealed strange expressions. He didn't fall, and the golden light around him became even more resplendent. His eyes were closed. Was he still comprehending the Tao? Who's shouting? Who's helping me comprehend the Tao? Come, I need this kind of thunderous sound to comprehend my lightning fist. Let's make the cries and roars even more intense. Chu Feng said these words with his eyes closed. The scene turned silent. Li Jiuxiao was about to attack, but he directly sat back down on the praying mat, returning to peace. Mi Hong was also surprised. He sat down cross-legged again. The others were astonished. This was a provocation. A divine king's interference couldn't do anything to him and was instead ridiculed. Was he helping him comprehend the Tao? Was he inviting Qi Feng from the nine-headed bird race to continue interfering and give him another round of cries and roars? Qi Feng's gaze was like a blade, incomparably cold. This Chao dared to ridicule him again and again, not putting the dignity of a divine king in his eyes. If this was in the wilderness, he would naturally attack and tear him to pieces. Divine King Qi Feng, one more song? Chu Feng said with his eyes closed. He was performing the lightning fist as if he was comprehending the Tao. However, that wasn't the case at all. He was only absorbing the materials of creation to mature the human monarch blood and changing it. Therefore, those sound waves and those terrifying attacks couldn't do anything to him at all. He was just putting on an act. Qi Feng's eyes were cold, and his blood-red hair flew in the wind. He was like a great demon king who wanted to kill all under the heavens. Strange phenomena appeared behind him, and the nine-headed bird's true form floated up and down in the sea of blood. He looked down at Chu Feng. The rules of the battlefield can protect you for a moment, but they can't protect you forever. Sometimes the world of the living can be said to be vast and boundless, but sometimes it can also be said to be very small. Even if you think your talents are extraordinary, no matter how you jump around, even if you can ride the clouds for 240,000 miles in an instant, You won't be able to escape from the palms of experts. Qi Feng's voice was cold, threatening Chu Feng. As long as he was in the world of the living, it would be easy for the nine-headed bird race to kill him. He wouldn't be able to escape from their palms. Grandpa Chow is waiting for you. Aren't you from the 11th Forbidden Land? It's not likely Su didn't attack Forbidden Lands in prehistoric times. Young Master Chow also wants to emulate him and surpass him. Everyone shook their heads after hearing this. These were truly words spoken out of anger, and no one could believe it. It was easier said than done to flatten a forbidden land. These forbidden lands in the world of the living had existed well since ancient times. However, people could also see that Chowda was indeed bold. He could jump around just like that. Even if he was invincible with his words, it still required a certain amount of courage. After we go out, prepare the coffin. These were Qi Feng's last words. His killing intent was boundless, and he looked down on Chu Feng. He wanted to kill him as soon as possible. I'm waiting. If you can't kill me, you are my great-great-grandson. Bah, what's the use of having an unfilial descendant like you? I despise you. This was shedding all pretense of cordiality, and if it wasn't for the fact that everyone was watching and the rules were restricting him, Qi Feng would definitely rush over and use the Divine King's fist imprint to kill him. Rumble. At this time, Chu Feng got up and came to a praying mat not far away from Li Jiuxiao. He brazenly fought with him for the last creation substance. The last 3 leaves on the Dao Fusion grass broke with a crack, and the one facing Qi Feng flew toward Chao Da along with a few fruits. Everyone knew that the Dao Fusion Grand Meet was about to end. Meanwhile, the 9-headed bird Qi Feng's eyes were scarlet red, and his blood-red hair danced wildly. Chapter 1230. Qi Feng's pupils constricted. His blood hair danced about chaotically. His killing intent was boundless because this brat was openly targeting him and stealing his natural luck. There were at least 6 fruits on that leaf. With a swoosh, they flew towards Chowda as a whole. Rule fragments curled around them and Dao sounds rumbled, deafening. This made one's eyes red, especially when it flew past Qi Feng's eyes and rushed towards that wild cultivator that he loathed so much. He really wanted to slap him to death. Bang! His gaze was cold. He suddenly reached out with a palm. Bloody mist surged, enveloping that leaf and directly snatching it midway, wanting to grab it. However, it was a pity that this leaf had once carried the great Dao. It was a tangible carrier of the Dao, becoming the path and embodiment of the rules. Its light illuminated the blue sky, passing through him unobstructed. Not even the great hand of a divine king could stop it. Only the purest heart and the kindest person can obtain the Dao's approval. Meanwhile, your hands are stained with blood and corpses are piled up under your feet. How can you compare to my pure heart? You're notorious and your crimes overflow. You should just save it. Chu Feng spoke with a smile on his face. If he didn't say these words, the veins on Qi Feng's forehead wouldn't have popped out. After hearing these words, Qi Feng truly began to doubt life and the so-called Dao fruit of heaven and earth. This kid was sneaky, and spittle flying from his mouth. How could he be considered pure and kind? What kind of joke was this? Were the heavens blind? Qi Feng refused to accept this. He really wanted to roar towards the heavens, wishing he could kill someone on the spot. His killing intent was revealed and cold murderous intent surged. However, he was immediately warned by the heavenly deity in the dark to restrain himself. However, on the other side, Chowda was like a spring breeze. His entire body shone with holy light and was incomparably auspicious. His expression was calm and tranquil, and he looked more and more like a charlatan. However, when he looked at Qi Feng with disdain, that kind of tranquility and holy state was immediately broken, making Qi Feng's pupils turn cold. Chu Feng didn't pay him any attention and calmly digested the Dao fusing grass. Now, there was still more than 1 leaf left on the Dao fusing grass on the altar. The roots were almost bare and were about to be completely divided up. Chu Feng examined his body. The blue blood had long since disappeared, and his golden blood was surging. His body was sturdy and powerful, and his soul light was also abnormally vigorous. He felt that even if secret treasures were used to blast his body or sharp weapons were used to carve his skin, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break his body. Today, he had been tempered thousands and thousands of times by the creation substance. Such an evolution was too beneficial. At this level, he had no problem breaking secret treasures with his bare hands. The most crucial thing was that he discovered the liquefaction of his soul light. This was very astonishing. This was an extremely terrifying accumulation. This was very much in line with the characteristics of the strongest path. Empyrean Rockfox's master had written records of this. So far, his path had been correct, and there had been no flaws after testing. Chu Feng understood that as long as he was willing, he could become a saint right now and directly surpass the current quasi-saint realm, going up another level. However, he did not do so because he could do so at any time. There was no need for him to continue experiencing this atmosphere. It was already too glaring. He was accumulating the creation substance. Apart from absorbing it from his flesh and blood and refining it with the divine monarch core, he had also collected some from the stone jar to slowly nourish his body after he left. Chu Feng's entire body was golden. He silently sensed the changes in his body as he waited for the distinguished meeting to end. After he calmed down, he discovered that his golden blood had converged and returned to scarlet red once again. This was good too. He could return to being ordinary on normal days, but once he wanted to risk his life, and there was a great battle of life and death, he could activate the golden humanoid monarch blood at any time. He tried several times, and the transformation between the red blood and golden blood was very smooth. At the final juncture, he had a moment of inspiration. He used his flesh and blood as a cauldron and his soul light as a great medicine. His flesh and blood shone as he refined the soul light medicine. For a moment, millions upon millions of strands of multicolored light surrounded his body, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chu Feng had such an idea in a flash. It was just a simple test, but he didn't expect it to have such an astonishing effect. At this moment, his flesh was the cauldron, and his skeleton was the firewood. His blood transformed into flames and burned his soul light as he refined a cauldron of human medicine. Why are you doing this? Chu Feng himself was flabbergasted. Why did he suddenly have this kind of probing just now? All of a sudden, he knew why it was like this. It was because he thought of a certain mysterious phrase, and his body was stirred up, so he carried out some kind of test. At the heaven-span immortal waterfall, he had encountered an ominous object, the time furnace. He had once used the reincarnation earth to listen to a strange voice from within. The heavens cannot bury those. Bury them in the floating earth of the four poles. Cut down the yin and yang firewood. Draw on the fire of the great sky. Receive the flames of the ancient universe, and burn. At that time, the process was very terrifying. He didn't feel anything when he held the time furnace in his hand, but after he withdrew his hand, he probed his finger into the stone jar. When he touched the reincarnation earth, he once clearly saw that there were terrifying black fingerprints on his palm. That scene made his hair stand on end. Moreover, he had heard the voice from above. According to Chu Feng's understanding, that wasn't a passage of scripture, but a method to burn the strongest life form in history. To destroy it, that so-called time furnace might very well be a furnace that incinerates corpses. However, Chu Feng was also enlightened amidst the ominous. If he used this to refine his body and didn't die, then he would have an invincible body through all ages. Today, he had transformed again and again. His human king blood had matured, and he had reached the second form. His flesh and blood were extremely powerful, and he had stepped onto the path of the most powerful, flawless, and tough. Thus, there were some feelings in the depths of his heart. When he thought of the voice in the time furnace, he couldn't help but attempt this. There was definitely a mistake in his path. He couldn't find the so-called flames of the great sky, the flames of the ancient universe, and so on. This was a moment of inspiration, a sudden thought that calcined himself. At this time, his Yin realm Tao fruits and Yang realm Tao fruits were simultaneously suffused with specks of fiery light. They entered his body and wandered about his blood, burning the furnace. His flesh was refining the soul light medicine. For a time, his soul light seemed to be condensed and purified, as if it was about to turn into a pill. Not long after, it even wanted to be molded into his appearance. He sat cross-legged in the void of flesh and blood, shining with dazzling splendor that illuminated his body. He silently comprehended. All paths were tried and tested. What he was doing might not necessarily be correct, but right now, he felt that it wasn't bad. This was a different kind of self-tempering. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his soul light or his flesh and blood, they all became even more tenacious and even purer. Traces of metabolic products were expelled from his body. Cultivation is limitless. Chu Feng could only sigh like this. As time passed, the pill in the furnace shattered and the person disappeared. Then, it reappeared and transformed several times. Finally, a golden pill floated in the air. It was the size of a fist and was formed from his soul light. At the center of the void within his body, all kinds of law fragments twined about and pure white mist curled up. It was extremely divine. Moreover, after that, the golden pill took form and took on a human form, taking on his appearance. It swallowed and spat out good fortune matter. The starry river shone all around and curled up one after another around him. The black hole of the universe and the stars in the heavens all appeared. Chu Feng was astonished. Then he frowned. This wasn't what he wanted. Wasn't this a bit like the cultivation path that the great evil spirit that the old ancient spoke of? Bang! In the next moment, his flesh and blood shone. The stars in the heavens, the background of the universe, the bottomless black hole, and the human-shaped soul body sitting cross-legged in the center all disintegrated. He used his flesh as a cauldron. His blood shone and burned as he forged it anew. In the end, his soul light transformed into a sword embryo. Golden multicolored light blossomed and carried with it a boundless, murderous aura. It had a kind of unstoppable momentum. Chu Feng felt that if he were to slash out with his current soul light, this kind of sword embryo was enough to destroy all kinds of secret treasures and sharp weapons. As for killing other people's soul light, it was also very easy, but this wasn't what he wanted either. Perhaps refining his own soul light into a sword might increase its destructive power very fiercely for a while, but there would ultimately be drawbacks. My body is the cauldron and my soul is the medicine. I'm only trying. I don't necessarily have to achieve anything. It's not good to think too much. Chu Feng shook his head. He felt that there was no need to be overly persistent in transforming his soul light into anything. He would just proceed according to his most initial idea. The sword embryo disintegrated and dissipated in the flesh and blood void. He refined it anew. He used his flesh and blood as a cauldron and his soul light as a cauldron of great medicine as he continuously boiled it. Towards the end, the fragrance emitted by his body became more and more attractive. It astonished the evolvers in the vicinity, and they were deeply amazed. After that, Chu Feng refined his soul light as medicine to make his flesh and soul even more pure. Moreover, he was very daring. He dispersed the flames and returned the cauldron to his body. He directly consumed the soul medicine that he had refined and rushed towards his limbs and bones. In a split second, Chu Feng's skin was sparkling and translucent. His entire body was covered in countless rays of multicolored light. He had returned. His soul light blossomed as he returned. He felt as though he was going to ascend with a multicolored light and expel all the worldly air. There was no dirt on his entire body. This kind of feeling was too special. The soul medicine entered his flesh and blood. It was like a reincarnation. It was as though he had experienced a special reincarnation. It could actually be like this. This gave him a huge shock. A person could still reincarnate in his own flesh and blood. This kind of attempt of his could only be said to be an extremely daring action under special circumstances. Which ordinary person would act recklessly? After he calmed down, his entire body broke out in cold sweat. He felt a bit of lingering fear. What was going on? He felt like he was possessed just now. How could he dare act recklessly like this? He examined himself and had a type of wondrous comprehension. He was a bit more tenacious than just now. From his flesh to his soul, there was growth and purification. However, he didn't try again. He was reflecting because his guts just now were a bit too great. A single mishap, and it would be a death calamity. Why did I do that? Chu Feng continuously reflected on himself. He was convinced that he really was a bit bewitched not long ago. He shouldn't have been so reckless. After thinking it over, the source was that scripture. In the end, he was convinced that the terrifying voice he heard from the time furnace echoed from the depths of his heart. It made him bewitched and made him subconsciously test it. Is it starting just like this? Chu Feng's heart couldn't calm down. A cloud appeared. He didn't know if it was haze or a mysterious lightning cloud, but it made his heart tremble. He believed that the time furnace was very mysterious and inauspicious. There were too many secrets hidden behind it. Sooner or later, when he reached a high enough level, he would also encounter those problems. But he didn't expect that he would be implicated now and that he was the passive one. He always had a kind of ambition. He wanted to break through the shackles and continuously improve himself. One day, he would encounter the inauspicious and great mysteries of evolutionary history. He would witness some of the truth behind reincarnation as well as other evolutionary civilizations in history. However, it was still a bit early for changes to occur now. When Chu Feng opened his eyes again, he discovered that everyone had stood up. The Tao Fusion Grass distinguished meeting had already ended. Clearly, his harvest was great, and he had obtained too many benefits from it. Chapter 1231. Chu Feng stood up, full of energy. His body was covered in flowing light, as if it was refined from mother gold. He felt much stronger than when he had arrived. The most important thing was that his divine king core had been tempered. If he really encountered the nine-headed divine, King Chi Feng, and the others in the wilderness, he really wanted to see if he could slap them to death. In this area, the peach blossoms were pink and had a sweet fragrance as they danced in the air. On the altar, the Tao-fusing grass had withered. All of the creation substances had been absorbed by everyone. Let's go. The monkey came over and patted Chu Feng's shoulder with a strange look in his eyes. This irascible brother who had beaten him up as soon as he arrived was really arrogant this time. Just now, he had seen with his own eyes that Chu Feng had absorbed a large amount of creation substance, even more than the divine king. This matter concerned the upper limit of a person's future. If Chowda was given time, it was hard to say what his future achievements would be. All substances have a saturation point. I reckon that you've directly exceeded it. What a waste. The monkey muttered. Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and the others all felt that it was a waste for Chao to absorb so much. He wouldn't be able to digest it at all, but would have long since reached saturation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped at the quasi-saint level. He should have gone even higher. Chu Feng smiled. He knew his own situation. He just didn't want to break through. If he went out, he would become a saint in a blink of an eye. Once he reached the peak of the saint realm, he would have to consider the final purification, tempering, and squeezing out all of his potential. After that, he would be like a fish in the ocean and a bird in the sky. He would start to use the 3 seeds in the stone jar to absorb the pollen. His strength might improve by leaps and bounds. Chu Feng was really looking forward to the 3 seeds germinating in the Yang realm. What kind of changes would there be? What kind of flowers would they bear? After all, it was said that they were seeds from the Yang realm. Mi Qing, your skin is getting whiter and whiter. You look purer and more beautiful. You have a celestial aura about you. Chu Feng greeted. The monkey didn't look at him kindly. Why did it feel like this guy was flirting with his sister in front of him? Mi Qing had absorbed a lot of Tao-fusing herb essence, and her skin was snow white and translucent. There was a sweet smile on her face, and she appeared quite calm and easygoing. However, She also curled her lips because this time Chowda obtained too many benefits, making her feel jealous and envious, a bit heaven-defying. Then Chu Feng said to Xiao Yao, "Old Xiao, your aunt is over there. Won't you introduce her to me?" Although I greeted her, I didn't take it seriously at all. "Who are you calling Old Xiao? I'm not even as old as you." Xiao Yao didn't like what he heard. At the very least, after Chu Feng transformed into Chowda, his face was more mature. He looked like a tall and strong youth. Chu Feng didn't want others to think that he was just a young boy. "Your Aunt Wang is here," Chu Feng whispered. "Don't even think about it. Wait till you become a divine king." Xiao Yao said, unhappily. He really wanted to give him a stick and knock him out. Chu Feng stopped joking and didn't provoke them. He walked forward and solemnly expressed his thanks to Li Jiuxiao and Divine King Mi Hong. The former had a smile on his face, treating him as a close friend and thinking that he wasn't bad. The latter patted his shoulder and said, "Chowda, you are really good and extraordinary." Then he called his sister Mi Qing over and introduced her formally, even including Mi Qing's birthday and various hobbies. Mi Qing was speechless. Wasn't this big brother being too nosy? In the distance, Monkey was getting more and more unhappy. He tried to stop them, but his big brother was so enthusiastic, wanting nothing more than to marry his sister Mi Qing to Chu Feng. "Monkey, I think you better not be a bad person. Otherwise, you'll be a monkey inside and out." Peng Wanli gloated. When facing the two divine kings, Chu Feng felt a little guilty. The more enthusiastic they were, the more guilty he felt. He felt that he had let them down. "Chowda, your name also has the word da in it. In the future, people will definitely compare you to a bastard with a word da. I hope that one day you can teach him a lesson for me." Li Jiuxiao spoke with an unfriendly expression, making such a request to Chu Feng. "Yes, that person is Ji-Dade. He even threatened me and confronted me at the Wasteland Arena. Chowda, if there's a chance, help me teach him a lesson too." Mi Hong also spoke like this. His eyes flashed with golden light when he thought of what had happened back then. He hadn't forgotten how Ji-Dade and Old Gu had caused a scene at the banquet. "Don't worry, big brothers. Your matters are my matters. I'll definitely do my best." Chu Feng patted his chest and promised. However, he felt a little guilty inside. However, he soon felt relieved. He was already prepared to run away and didn't want to stay here any longer. There was probably nothing to be embarrassed about. He would find a chance to repay them in the future. In the distance, the divine king of the nine-headed bird race, Chi Feng, stared coldly at Chu Feng. His murderous intent permeated the air, and he couldn't wait to pounce on Chu Feng. Li Jiuxiao suddenly turned around and said, "Nine-headed bird, don't put on airs here. I'm saying that if you dare to touch a finger of Chowda's, I'll kill you." Who was he? He was one of the strongest divine kings in the entire Yang realm. He was much more famous than Chi Feng. Moreover, he came from the Li race, one of the 5 strongest races in the Yang realm. He was very confident and didn't fear any competitors. Chu Feng's heart was warm. Divine King Li was a passionate person and was very warm towards him. It was not bad. The moon waxes and wanes, dynasties rise and fall, and evolvers have their peaks and valleys. Divine King Li, you're indeed very strong on your path of advancement. However, no one can guarantee that they'll always be at the peak. It's fine for you to look down on the world like this. It's fine if you want to protect some people. However, I don't think it's worth it. Don't implicate yourself in the end. No one can guarantee that they'll always be on the path of advancement. Everyone will eventually hit rock bottom. Chi Feng said indifferently. He didn't allow Li Jiuxiao to act up. He turned and left. He transformed into a bird, flapped his wings, and disappeared into the horizon. Li Jiuxiao snorted coldly and watched him leave. Finally, he patted Chu Feng's shoulder and said, "Be careful. The nine-headed bird race is the most vicious. They eat people up without spitting out the bones. Don't leave the camp for now. Divine King Li, you have to be careful too," Chu Feng said. "I hope he's more daring. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that kind of courage." Li Jiuxiao left. The group of divine kings was the first to disappear. Chu Feng glanced at Qing Yin, who was not far away. He didn't say anything in the end. He turned and walked towards Monkey and the others, leaving with them. He felt that this wasn't a good time to acknowledge her. Moreover, he didn't know Qing Yin's true feelings and attitude. In the various camps, from the Golden Arhats to the Divine Kings, there was a heated discussion at this moment. That was because those who had participated in the Dao-fused grass meet had returned with all kinds of news. Brother Gongji, Chowda, had challenged the Divine Kings at that meet. They had fought for the Dao-fused grass with the same group of people, but he had actually not been at a disadvantage. He had obtained the most creation materials. Chowda became famous after that battle. People quickly learned that he had defeated the Kuan Dragon and Yun Tuo at the meet, shocking the Saints and Divine level camps. Many people had seen with their own eyes that the Kuan Dragon had been carried back. Yun Tuo's 3 heads were all that was left. It was a tragic sight. Even though there was some news that had spread, no one believed it. This was too cruel. The number 1 saint had actually been crippled, and the 3-headed divine dragon, Yin Ta, had almost been beaten to death. That's nothing. You weren't there and didn't see it with your own eyes. That Chowda is blessed by the heavens. Even the 9-headed bird Divine King failed to compete for the creation materials. The Divine King was envious and almost vomited blood. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. Even the Divine King couldn't win against that brother Gongji. Someone explained, the Heavenly Venerable once said that Chowda's heart is pure and benevolent, so it's easier for him to approach the great Tao. No wonder. Everyone says that Chowda's temperament is honest and straightforward. They even teased him for being brother Gongji. So it's actually like this. His heart is like crystal, untainted by dust, possessing the heart of a newborn. After this spread, many people looked like they were suddenly enlightened and felt that they finally understood what was going on. The various camps were all discussing that Chu Feng was pure and benevolent. This was a person with a pure heart, benevolent and righteous. He was worth befriending. This made those who were related, for example, Jin Lai, Yin Tuo, and the others who had previously woken up, almost vomit blood from anger. Even this could be spread. Pure and benevolent, my ass. That Black Hand Chow was definitely rotten from the root. He wasn't a good person, so how could he be evaluated like this? Of course, this was because their standpoints were different, causing them to feel grief and indignation. They were rather unwilling to accept this. This was especially the case as it spread a step further. People like Yun Tuo and the Kuan Dragon who had previously fought against Chu Feng became negative examples. This was because people felt that the enemies of those who were pure and benevolent would most likely not be good people. When this kind of conclusion came out, those who were related, Qi Feng, Jin Lai, Yin Tuo, and the others who had just woken up, were dumbfounded. They really wanted to vomit blood. Then, they hurriedly launched an attack. They sent people to explain and inform them that this so-called pure and benevolent person would sneak up on others during a distinguished meeting. He was too much of a scum. Chu Feng returned to the Golden Body camp and soon discovered that the gazes of Monkey and the others were a little off. This was because, according to Strength, Chu Feng should have entered the Quasi-Sage camp and was about to move away. This made Monkey and the others feel very upset. They had gone to participate in the distinguished meeting together, and after returning, Chowda directly broke through and surpassed them by a major realm. However, they weren't discouraged. Normally speaking, as long as they continued to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, the essence of the Tao fusion grass would ferment in their bodies. They would also break through and catch up. Chu Feng was very calm. In fact, he was thinking about how to quickly escape. He still felt that he had obtained such a great fortune and become a thorn in some people's eyes. Was he still going to stay here for the new year? The sooner he ran, the sooner he would be free. Where's Chowda? Suddenly, someone shouted. It was an elder, his voice fluctuating left and right, extremely fleeting. His strength was extremely great. At the very least, he was a supreme divine king. Chowda, my dear son-in-law, where are you? Following that, another voice rang out. Moreover, a middle-aged man descended into the camp. His strength was very terrifying, and his divine king blood chi filled the air, making people revere him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light flickered, and more than a dozen figures descended in succession. They were probably late divine kings, and were all experts from powerful races. "My dear son-in-law, Chowda, come and see me." Chu Feng was tongue-tied and stood there stiffly. The six-eared macaque, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao were also dumbfounded. What situation was this? Chowda's father-in-law had come. Chapter 1232. Chu Feng had a strange look on his face. A group of fathers-in-law? His heart was thumping wildly. Where did all these fathers-in-law come from? Could it be that the heavens had opened their eyes and bestowed him with such a generous gift? That was because he had heard clearly that some of them called their precious daughter a princess, while others called their granddaughter a celestial fairy. All of them had great backgrounds. Chu Feng was stunned. Not long ago, at the Tao Fusion Grand Meeting, he had publicly acknowledged his brother-in-law. Could it be that the heavens had eyes and had now fulfilled his wish? What a dilemma. Who should he choose? The dozen or so fathers-in-law all had great backgrounds, and the auras they exuded were too terrifying. They were all veteran god kings, and all of them had come to Chowda to acknowledge him as their son-in-law. Chu Feng was a little dizzy. This kind of happiness had come too suddenly. As for the six-eared macaque, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao, they even began to doubt their lives. Was there still any reason for this? The heavenly Tao was unfair. So many veteran god kings, all of whom came from famous families, had actually come to Chowda to acknowledge him as their son-in-law. Could it be that they didn't see them standing here? They were all indignant. There was no need to mention Mi Tian. He believed himself to be the Monkey King, and the six-eared macaque race's bloodline was extremely majestic and hard to find, but in the end, he was ignored. Like a peacock spreading its tail, Peng Wanli revealed his true form. His golden-winged Great Peng's posture was abnormally dazzling, and golden rays of light illuminated the void. He looked extremely heroic and mighty. However, they were all ignored. More than 10 experienced experts with great achievements all recognized Chowda, their faces full of smiles as they passionately called out to him. "Son-in-law, come here. Don't miss out on a good marriage." "Old man, stay away from my son-in-law. This is my precious princess's Tao companion. Do you want to start a war with my clan?" "Old glutton, you're too overbearing. This is my family's son-in-law. Do you want to fight with me?" Monkey, Peng Wanli, and the others were thrown into disarray. What kind of dog's-it luck did Chowda have? A group of powerful families had come to capture their son-in-law. They really wanted to say, "Old masters, please open your eyes. Don't you see that there are a few handsome youths here?" How could he not be noticed by someone with unparalleled talent and heroic spirit? Six-eared macaque, Xiao Yao, and the rest of them were pissed. They felt that there was no justice in the world. However, soon after, their eyelids began to jump, and then they were horrified. It was because after carefully identifying them, they were truly frightened quite badly. They recognized a few old fellas with great backgrounds. At this time, the few of them understood that some of the clans here had extremely shocking origins, making even their families feel fearful. In an instant, the monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao all began to sympathize with Chu Feng. It wasn't easy to be a son-in-law. It was hard to say whether this was Yin Li's fortune or her nightmare. For example, the Tao Tai clan had come. It was a terrifying demon clan among the beast race. If the godly kings of this clan had not devoured a few godly kings of the same level, they would be too embarrassed to go out. It was said that the nine-headed bird tribe ate people without spitting out the bones, but compared to this tribe, it was nothing. They didn't spit out anything they swallowed. They digested everything they ate without leaving a single strand of hair behind. The most outrageous thing was that 500 years ago, the pearl of this clan had accidentally swallowed the groom on their wedding night. The next day, she became a widow. Apart from that, the Cannibal Tree clan had also come. They were extremely savage. Although the middle-aged man's jade-green hair danced in the wind, and he had an extraordinary bearing as a godly king, once he revealed his true form, it would be quite tragic. He was destined to be filled with blood and corpse energy. There were man-eating flowers in the wilderness, and there were cannibal trees on the blood highlands of the young world. In the habitat of this clan, they would all reveal their true forms, which were towering trees. Usually, every cannibal tree would be filled with corpses, and they were all gods. They were all hung there, and the branches were all over the place. This clan ate gods as food. Among the plant-type evolvers, they were one of the most ferocious clans. Monkey and the others immediately shivered. They felt that it was better to stay away from such a blessing and leave it to Chowda. Chu Feng still didn't know that Happy's footsteps were a little shaky. What was going on? A group of fathers-in-law had come, and they had all set their sights on him. He guessed that this should have something to do with his performance at the Tao Fusion meet. Since ancient times, it was very realistic to search for a son-in-law. This meet was equivalent to a major test. He had done too well in the test and was now being targeted. Chu Feng revealed a smile. He was really intoxicated by the atmosphere. In fact, he felt that with so many powerful clans coming together to choose him as their son-in-law, could he ignore the Nine-Headed Bird clan? If the Nine-Headed Bird clan really wanted to deal with him, he would just close the door and release his fathers-in-law. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with that clan. Chu Feng was truly giddy. Now he was surrounded by a group of fathers-in-law, like the moon surrounded by stars. Some pulled on his arms, some grabbed his wrists, and some even put their arms around his shoulders. He really wanted to say that this was inappropriate. If they could really do it, they would be father-in-law and son-in-law. This wasn't good. My dear son-in-law, come with me. After entering my clan, there will be mountains of resources. You will become a god in a short time, and then you will look down on the world," said a very fat old man. His belly was a little big, and his face was oily. It could even be said that he looked a little fat. This was a divine king, so why was his belly even bigger than a water jar? Couldn't he easily refine energy? Why didn't he continue? Chu Feng was suspicious. He carefully asked the old man which race he was from. "I am from the Sky Canopy race. My daughter is in love with you," the old man introduced with a radiant face. His big belly shook as he held onto Chu Feng's hand and didn't let go. Chu Feng really wanted to say that his daughter had never seen him before, so how could she be in love with him? It wasn't even his idea. However, after hearing that this old man was from the Sky Canopy race, he felt that it wasn't bad. That was because he was from the same race as Peng Wanli and could be considered acquaintances. Chu Feng immediately greeted Peng Wanli with a smile. "Old Xiao, she is from the same race as you. Don't tell me this old man's daughter is that peerless cousin of yours?" His face was full of anticipation, and he was very happy and joyful. Peng Wanli was expressionless, as if he didn't want to say more. He only wanted to tell him that she wasn't. "What's with your expression? Are you unhappy because it's not your cousin?" asked Chu Feng. Peng Wanli's face twitched, but in the end, he still couldn't bear it. He revealed a sympathetic expression and simply explained the situation. He wasn't familiar with this old man, and they weren't from the same race. "How are you not familiar? Aren't we both from the Sky Canopy race?" Chu Feng questioned and then shouted. "I am from the Sky Canopy race." Beside Chu Feng, the old man's face was full of joy as he corrected him. Chu Feng was suspicious. He looked at this old man and then at Peng Wanli. The latter didn't say anything and kept his mouth shut. In the end, Peng Wanli's hair stood on end. He couldn't bear to look at Chu Feng and finally wrote something in the air to tell him the truth. "Sky Canopy race?" Chu Feng's hair immediately stood on end. He immediately thought of the legend of the Serene realm, that Sky Canopy marshal. Damn! He staggered and almost fell to the ground in fright. There really was such a race in the Yang realm. Were they the descendants of Bajia? They wanted to marry him. Soon, he understood that the so-called Sky Canopy race was actually another name for the swine race in the exotic desolate. After a supreme expert of this race transcended and led the swine race to become the swine race, he felt that it was inelegant and thus changed the name to Sky Canopy. Chu Feng was trembling as he was pulled by the old pig by the wrist. His face was about to turn green. He couldn't choose this old man as his father-in-law, even if he was beaten to death. He wanted nothing more than to run away immediately. Earlier, he was still dizzy and thought that the heavens had opened their eyes. He thought that this happiness had come too suddenly, but now his heart was trembling. Beside him, an old man with a head full of black hair like steel needles and a full beard stood up. He looked extremely fierce and ferocious. He opened his bloody mouth and said to Chu Feng, "Don't be afraid, my dear son-in-law. Even if you marry into our family, you will be from our race. You definitely can't go to this old pig's house." Chu Feng looked at his wild appearance, and his heart trembled again. What race was this? The distance was too close, so he didn't dare to use his fiery eyes. Someone said, "My dear son-in-law, you can't go. You can't choose this old fellow's daughter. Do you know who he is? It's a Tao Tai. The daughters of their race will even swallow their Tao companions on their wedding night." After Chu Feng heard this, he once again looked at the powerful old man with the hair like steel needles. He really felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't choose this old father-in-law either. He looked at the green-haired, extremely heroic middle-aged man beside him and felt that this divine king was still the most reliable. At the very least, his appearance was handsome and his daughter wasn't bad either. The old Taodai immediately didn't like what he heard and said, "Old fellow from the divine food tree race, who are you talking about? Are you good? Come, old friends, let's use our magic power together and make him reveal his true form. Let your son-in-law see what the divine food tree race looks like." While speaking, several old kings really did join hands and pressured the green-haired middle-aged man. They suppressed him until he swayed on the spot and revealed an afterimage with a wong sound. An ancient tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Corpses hung from its branches. Blood energy surged, and the corpse mist was dense. It was too miserable. Chu Feng's face turned green. This heroic middle-aged man actually had many corpses hanging from his body. The old Tao Tai said, "Do you know what the divine food tree is? It uses deities as food and must eat at least one deity every day. My dear son-in-law, don't be afraid. These are all just food." The divine food tree transmitted sound. In a split second, Chu Feng's fine hair stood on end, and he felt a bit apprehensive. He wouldn't judge a book by its cover, even if he was beaten to death. In addition, he felt that this wasn't a beautiful blessing. It was clearly a bottomless pit. He wanted nothing more than to immediately run away. What kind of father-in-law were these? Canopy, Tao Tai, divine food tree. Each one was more unreliable than the last. They were all fiendish, and in short, he couldn't accept them. There were also old divine kings introducing themselves. Some were from the devil race, while others were from the bone race. Just hearing their names made Chu Feng feel uneasy all over. Of course, there were also people from the divine clan, and they were all extraordinary. For example, the heavenly winged race and the light race were all powerful races whose names shook the Yang realm. Moreover, their races were all handsome and extraordinary. Just as Chu Feng was looking forward to it, a shout came from the distance. "Father, I'm here. Father, can your daughter go over?" A woman transmitted her voice. Then, Chu Feng saw the Canopy race's old man with a flushed face and a big belly shouting, "Come, my darling daughter!" Additionally, the Tao Tai and Divine Food Tree race's divine kings also responded. It seemed their daughters had also arrived. At this moment, Chu Feng's scalp went numb. This kind of happiness was unbearable. He immediately wanted to run away. He couldn't stay in this place anymore. It was simply frightening him to death. In a flash, he understood that this was retribution. Not long ago, he had recognized his brother-in-law to everyone at the Tao Fusion Grass gathering. Now, all kind of karma had come knocking on his door. His face twitched. Was this considered the heavens opening their eyes? They actually bestowed him like this. Retribution had come knocking on his door. "Seniors, please let go first. I have something to say to the monkey." Chu Feng's face was deathly pale as he pleaded like this. The group of fathers-in-law were very understanding. They immediately let go and satisfied his wish. That was because they were very confident that this son-in-law wouldn't be able to escape. They were such a large group of people, and they were all veteran divine kings. Who could snatch Chowda away from here? Chu Feng threw himself to the monkey and the others. He was just short of tears and snot. This was 2F King sad. He had been tricked so badly. He wanted to shove the monkey, Peng Wanli, and Xiao Yao over and replace him. When he saw Mi Qing secretly laughing in front of him, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He grabbed Mi Qing's arm and refused to let go. What do you want to do? The monkey immediately became anxious. Mi Qing was also embarrassed and angry. Chowda, let go. Chapter 12:33. He wouldn't let go even if he died. Chu Feng grabbed onto Mi Qing's jade-like arm, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. How did he let go? Your brother introduced us to each other, Chu Feng said. What did he mean? Mi Qing looked at him with half-closed eyes. Her large eyes were full of spirit. She was originally as beautiful as a fairy, but now she was a little embarrassed. I've been guarding against you. The monkey was anxious. Firstly, he really didn't want to be the scapegoat. Secondly, he really didn't want this philanderer, Chow, to be so close to his sister. Move to the side. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Big Brother Mi Hong. Chu Feng's words made the monkey choke on his words. In an instant, Peng Wanli, Xiao Yao, and even Mi Qing naturally understood. Mi Hong had intended to introduce his sister to Chowda. This was because he thought highly of Chowda and hoped that they could get closer. He even hoped that they could develop a relationship that surpassed friendship. The monkey naturally understood as well. He bared his teeth and said angrily, Chu Feng, don't bully your friend's sister. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. They all say that you shouldn't bully your friend's wife. You clearly have bad intentions. What are you thinking? The monkey was about to go berserk. He had actually been hit instead. But very soon, Chu Feng gave in and transmitted his voice. Brother Monkey, save me. Indeed, his face had turned green. The dozen or so fathers-in-law behind him were closing in. Were they going to snatch her? Seniors, I've actually already. At this point, Chu Feng hugged Mi Qing's arm even tighter. He wasn't willing to let go. Mi Qing was both embarrassed and angry. She had never seen such a shameless person. She was graceful and elegant, and her eyes were usually pure. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she was transcendent. But now, she was a little flustered. She had never been pulled and hugged like this before. Big sister, I'm going to be taken away today. This is just a temporary offense, Chu Feng said in a low voice. Who are you calling big sister? Mi Qing glared. Chu Feng was in the mood to cry. At this critical moment, her focus was actually on this. She was obviously not on the same channel as him. Seeing the group of veteran god kings surround him again, Chu Feng hurriedly summoned up his courage and spoke. Seniors, I, Chowda, am not worthy enough to have all of you appear together. However, I am ashamed. I am truly not worthy of the pearls of the various races. The group of veteran godly monarchs all had very complicated expressions. They really wanted to say, if you hadn't swallowed so many Tao-fusing herbs, who would recognize you? This kind of grass that had borne the weight of the great Tao could raise one's upper limit. They felt that Chowda's future achievements were destined to be extremely high and would be extremely amazing. Naturally, they wanted to find a son-in-law. At the same time, because Chowda Tsai had absorbed a large amount of Tao-fusing grass, it would be extremely beneficial to his Tao partner if he used some methods in time. Therefore, these godly kings were tempted and came to capture their son-in-law. Firstly, he wanted to obtain a future great master. Secondly, he wanted to fulfill his daughter's wishes. The cultivation world was a place where hundreds of barges and tens of thousands of clans competed against each other. After stepping onto the path of evolution, if one wanted to stand at the absolute peak, the path would be extremely cruel. Which peak expert didn't have rivers of blood flowing beneath their feet? And if they were the slightest bit careless, they would also die a miserable death. Comparatively speaking, capturing a son-in-law like this to strengthen their daughter or granddaughter was too gentle. It could be considered a shortcut, so they naturally had to fight for it. They believed that there were even more intense people who wanted to directly refine Chowda. After all, they might be able to refine the essence of the Dao-fusing grass in a short period of time. As long as Chu Feng went out in the near future, there would definitely be a large number of people watching him. They would be waiting outside the camp to capture him and refine him. Cough. At this moment, a cough rang out, helping Chu Feng resolve the awkward situation in front of him. An old monkey walked over from the end of the horizon. His entire body was golden. Although he had a thunderous mouth and was emaciated, his appearance was dignified. The old ancestor of the six-eared macaque race had actually appeared again. The dozen or so veteran godly kings nearby all felt their scalps go numb for a moment. Their bodies trembled slightly as they hurriedly bowed to greet the six-eared macaque. What a disgrace! His soft shout was like the sound of a great bell, causing the dozen or so godly kings to tremble and their blood to surge. They were so shocked that they felt like their bodies were about to explode. The old monkey was just speaking normally, but it made them feel like they were about to disintegrate. That feeling was too terrifying, and even their souls were trembling. It was like ants on the ground facing a prehistoric giant beast, still not letting go. At this time, the six-eared macaque stared at Chu Feng again. Seeing him holding his little princess Mi Qing's lotus arm, the old monkey's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to lose his temper, but he held it back. Let go. The monkey also shouted in a low voice. He understood the situation. His little sister's future Dao companion might be extraordinary and cause a great commotion. And all of this was arranged by this old ancestor in front of him. Mi Qing's pretty face naturally turned red. The elders of the race had arrived, but this Chow just still hadn't let go and was actually daydreaming. Chu Feng finally came back to his senses and let go. You are not bad. Soon, Mi Tian and Mi Qing will enter the revered 8 trigrams furnace. This old master will give it a try and see if I can fight for a spot for you. The old six-eared macaque's words shocked everyone. Even the monkey siblings were surprised. The conditions offered by their old ancestor were too shocking. The revered 8 trigrams furnace's terrain was not an ordinary place. It was connected to a forbidden area. That area was one of the famous forbidden areas of the Yang realm. This old ancestor of the six-eared macaque actually wanted to give Chow such an opportunity. This shocked the dozen or so veteran godly kings, and then their hearts trembled. In the end, the powerhouses of the dozen or so races sighed. They couldn't compare. This old monkey was trying to rope in Chowda. Even if he didn't marry his daughter, giving such a spot would be enough. Chowda would be deeply grateful, and the six-eared macaque race will be able to rope in a future great master. Chu Feng's heart was also shaken. He had long heard of that forbidden area. The 8 trigrams furnace was only a part of that mountain range, and the real terrain was called revered. The revered land could be ranked in the top 10 forbidden areas of the Yang realm. Chu Feng was a little stunned. All of a sudden, a huge pie fell on his head. He wanted to grin and quickly thank them. When he was in the serene realm, he had entered the lowest grade imitation of the revered 8 trigrams furnace. Even then, he had reaped great rewards and refined the fiery eyes. What would happen if he entered the real, revered, ancestral land? He was a little expectant. The group of god kings left with regret. It was difficult for them to turn back after taking a step. Virtuous son-in-law, the doors of our canopy race will always be open to you. We're waiting for you. Good child, our Taodai race has high hopes for you. Even if you can't become our son-in-law, you can come to our race as a guest in the future. We'll definitely treat you warmly. The group of veteran godly kings spoke one after another before leaving. They were still very enthusiastic and didn't speak ill of Chowda. That was because they clearly knew that as long as Chowda didn't die, he would definitely become a great expert after absorbing so much Dao fusion grass. Nearby, many evolvers realized that Chowda's harvest this time was too great. After the end of the Dao fusion gathering, he had become a great winner. The attitude of these godly kings toward him was enough to explain everything. Golden light blossomed, and the six-eared monkey race's ancestor disappeared right away. The place regained its tranquility. Chu Feng was at a loss. Should he run or not? If he ran now, he wouldn't be able to enter the revered 8 trigrams furnace. I'll stay for a few days and wait for the monkey to come out of seclusion. I'll see if I can go to the revered 8 trigrams furnace with him in the near future. Chu Feng thought to himself. He wanted to stay and take a look at the situation because he really wanted to enter the revered 8 trigrams furnace. After a small gathering with the monkey and Peng Wanli, someone came to find Chu Feng and told him that he had to move out of the Golden Body Battalion now. Chu Feng sighed. His realm had increased, so he needed to report to the Quasi-Sage Battalion. In reality, if he wanted to, he could directly break through now and enter the Sage Battalion in one go. However, he endured it because he didn't want to attract too much attention. He had already been in the limelight today. The environment of the Quasi-Sage Battalion wasn't ordinary. Although the cold and hard land lacked vegetation, it emitted wisps of earth essence like a mortal mist. Occasionally, there were some old trees that were mutants. They spat out fresh and tender leaves that flickered with green light. Sparse flower buds bloomed, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils and refreshed the mind. Chu Feng had arrived and was sizing up the camp. There were tens of thousands of quasi-sages in this area alone. This was the eastern part of the Quasi-Sage Battalion. If everyone was added up, there would be more than 200,000 quasi-sages. This is Chowda. He even dares to touch the Koan dragon. Even divine King Qi Feng didn't obtain as many creation substances as he did. After Chu Feng arrived, it immediately caused a commotion. Many quasi-sages stared at him as if they wanted to see a monster. All of them revealed strange expressions. He absorbed a lot of Dao fusion grass. Now that the distinguished meeting has just ended, there are still many great Dao fragments in his body. He definitely hasn't had time to refine them. Someone whispered with a tempting tone. Huh? What do you mean? Some people's hearts trembled slightly. The reason is very simple. If anything happens to Chowda, he'll be a great medicine. If we refine him, all the great Dao fragments in his body will belong to us because the essence of the Dao fusion grass is still in his body. It hasn't been completely refined into our own. Immediately, there was a slight commotion in the crowd in the distance. At the same time, Chu Feng felt a wave of hostility. He looked around. His divine senses were too sharp now. Someone wanted to kill him. Who had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? He had just ended the Dao Fusion Grand meeting, and his name had shaken this place. He had just arrived at the Quasi-Sage area. Yet someone dared to target him? Very soon, Chu Feng's pupils constricted. He saw some people wearing terrifying armor. But those armors looked very ordinary. His eyes were very sharp because he possessed the fiery eyes. Not long ago, it wasn't good for him to use it in front of the dozen or so divine kings. But here, his pupils secretly flickered with golden light. He naturally wasn't worried about being detected by the quasi-sage level evolvers. Chu Feng's heart trembled. Those armors looked ordinary, but they were actually refined from dragon scales. What kind of treasured armor was this? Upon closer inspection, it should be the scales of the dragon race that had wings and was shaped like a giant lizard. It was refined into rare armor. Chu Feng discovered that there were dozens of people hiding in the crowd here, and all of them were wearing this kind of armor. If he included those he hadn't discovered yet, there were presumably even more people. In addition, he also discovered some creatures wearing armor refined from rare and special metals. They were also hostile, and there were quite a number of such people. Blue veins appeared on Chu Feng's forehead. Were there people tired of living? Did they want to stop him in this kind of situation? In the distance, there were people whispering and sneering. Their expressions were cruel and callous. So what if he absorbed the essence of the Dao fusion grass? I'll crush him with my great power. It's useless no matter how strong he is. He will die a miserable death and become a laughingstock. Can you kill him? After all, he even crippled a saint like the Koan Long. Don't mention the Koan Long. His luck isn't good. He wasn't defeated in a head-on battle. Instead, he was ambushed by Chowda and was crippled. Two people were conversing in the dark. One of them was very confident, while the other was doubtful. One of them said, "So what if he's strong? He's already incurred the dissatisfaction of the quasi-sage camp. Under such circumstances, even many Kuan dragons will be wiped out if they join forces, let alone Chowda. Can he fight 10,000 quasi-sages by himself? In the end, he'll be torn apart by others, and the fortune substance in his body will be seized." In the distance, Chu Feng's expression was cold. His divine senses were too sharp, and he could sense the movements of some quasi-sages. Although they were concealing it, the killing intent pervading the air was captured by him. Chapter 1234. The atmosphere in the quasi-sage camp wasn't good. It was tense and oppressive because someone wanted to kill Chu Feng. A cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Come then, let's see who kills who." He had to admit that the person in the dark was full of ambition and too daring. They clearly knew he wasn't to be trifled with, yet they still wanted to deal a fatal blow and get rid of him directly. It could only be said that the person who wanted to make a move was cold and domineering. He saw him as prey and instigated a large number of experts in the quasi-sage camp, wanting to succeed in one battle and crush him. Chu Feng slowed down his footsteps, and a layer of brilliance appeared on the surface of his body. He was indifferent and calm, ready to fight at any time. That was because there were more and more people wearing dragon scale armors nearby. Evolvers draped in rare metals were also quietly gathering around. "You guys want to attack me?" Chu Feng said coldly. "We want to exchange pointers, but we think we're not your match if we attack alone," someone said in the dark. "You guys attack together." Chu Feng's voice was very cold. "You said it yourself." Someone in the dark was excited and almost screamed. This saved them a lot of trouble. They didn't need to find excuses to attack together. Just one whetstone after another. Chu Feng was very calm and regarded these people as whetstones. In a large tent very far away in the quasi-sage camp, someone smiled and said, "The hunt is about to begin. Chowda doesn't have long to live." He was tall and had a head of red hair. His spotlessly white fingers held a sparkling wine cup with amber-like fine wine inside. The rich fragrance of the wine assailed the nostrils and made one feel intoxicated just by smelling it. Beside him was a white-haired youth with a grim smile on his face. He raised the delicate and warm wine cup in his hand and lightly clinked it with him. A clear and crisp sound rang out. The amber-like liquid splashed out from the two jade cups, but it was very viscous. It pulled out threads and was ultimately drawn back into the cup, leaving behind a rich wine fragrance in midair. Both of them were very calm and unhurried as they drank lightly and looked at the figure in the distance who was surrounded. "He's about to die. Let the hunt begin," the red-haired youth said coldly. He began to watch the show, waiting for Chowda to be killed. The white-haired young man said calmly, "If it weren't for the stupid rules of this battlefield, with our status, we could just give an order. He's just a wild cultivator. Even if he had 10 lives, his head would have been chopped off and fed to the dogs. Come, raise your cups and send Chowda off," the red-haired male said with a smile. His face carried happiness, as well as an indescribably bewitching expression. Ding! The wine glasses between the two quickly clinked together again. Both of them had grim smiles on their faces as they quietly waited for Chowda's tragic death. In the camp, the evolvers were densely packed. Some of them had already made their move, rushing towards Chu Feng with cold and emotionless expressions. Chu Feng didn't move from his spot, but his eyes shone with a terrifying light, shooting out two astonishing golden beams. At the same time, his hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Then it danced violently in the air. In that instant, he was like a demonic god. His eyes were cold and his aura was intimidating. "All of you, get over here," he rebuked lightly. Those people were alarmed, but they didn't stop. Two among them rushed over with black spears in their hands and stabbed forward. The spears were extremely sharp, as if they came from hell, and were filled with a dense and cold, murderous aura. Black light erupted and flew out from the spears like two bolts of black lightning from the universe. It was too astonishing and distorted the void. These were two experts, well-known figures among quasi-saints. Their murderous power was intimidating. At this critical moment, Chu Feng moved. He attacked in an instant with incomparable courage. He grabbed the two spears and suddenly exerted force. With two snapping sounds, the two spears forged from rare metals were completely broken. But at this moment, it wasn't just the two of them. A group of people in the surroundings also rushed over. They were all quasi-saints, and all of them were experts. Not a single one of them was ordinary. At this moment, someone brandished his fist. Divine light erupted and struck until the void trembled. Someone brandished his blade. Resplendent chi rays flew out as if they were going to cut through the sky. Moreover, terrifying, ear-piercing sounds were emitted. That was the vibration of energy. At the same time, someone's glabella shone as he unleashed a secret technique. Runes could be seen interweaving together like a river of stars, dazzling and intimidating. Rumble. All kinds of attacks and methods interweaved together like a dense and resplendent starry sky. It was as if the entire galaxy was falling down. That kind of grand aura and that kind of terrifying pressure made people suffocate. It was really as if the firmament was overturning. After all, these were dozens of quasi-saints attacking together. They fought with their physical bodies and unleashed their secret techniques. They fused together to form a destructive storm. The void trembled and was about to be torn apart. Boom! At this moment, Chu Feng didn't escape because he was originally surrounded in the center. He went all out. Lightning interweaved and transformed into a sea of order that rushed in all directions. Lightning shuttled back and forth. This was a shock wave that originated from a peak quasi-saint. Chu Feng went crazy and threw caution to the wind. He wanted to use a group of quasi-saints to test himself. Chi. Divine light shot out and order vibrated. Chu Feng was like a sun. His entire body was emitting lightning that gushed out from his pores, from his 7 apertures, and even from his 4 limbs. In particular, the terrifying lightning runes between his fists blasted out, causing the void to resonate and tremble. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the people around him all screamed. Amidst the lightning and thunder, some people were struck and penetrated by the lightning, causing large amounts of blood to spurt out. At this moment, more than 20 people were sent flying. After being struck by the lightning, they were like weeds in a violent storm. They were almost snapped and uprooted in the end as they were sent flying. More than 20 people fell into a pool of blood because their bodies had been penetrated by Chu Feng's lightning runes. Blood splattered everywhere. It was just that tyrannical. Chu Feng stretched his body and unleashed his lightning fist to the extreme. He could attack from all over his body, and his fists were even faster than lightning. A group of people was penetrated. At the same time, after this group of people landed on the ground, their wounds were char black, and there were electric arcs interweaving. Other than that, another group of people were also entangled by lightning. Their bodies trembled like bent shrimps, and it was difficult for them to stand upright. All of them staggered back and even spat out electric arcs when they opened their mouths. Among everyone, the 2 people who were the first to attack were the most miserable. Half of their bodies had exploded and their lives were almost lost. How could he be so strong? Someone's voice was trembling. It was simply unbelievable. One had to know that there were more than 10 quasi-saints attacking at the same time. Although Chao De was very strong, he shouldn't be like this. He defeated 50 to 60 people in an instant. It was extremely terrifying and made people's hair stand on end. Everyone felt as if they were facing a prehistoric, ferocious beast. This was too terrifying, causing their souls to tremble. They were all quasi-saints, but how could Chao De be strong to this extent? At this moment, Chu Feng stood in the middle of the field and didn't move. Golden beams shot out from his eyes as he looked down on everyone. He He was more and more like a demonic god as he intimidated everyone present. Everyone realized that Chowda was much stronger than them. It was as if they weren't on the same plane. No wonder he could severely injure the Kuan Long, someone said with a trembling voice. Don't be afraid. Don't scare yourself. The Kuan Long was ambushed by him while he was comprehending the Tao. If they were to fight head-on, the one who would die would be Chowda. Someone said loudly to boost the morale. In the distance, the white-haired youth in the silver tent said coldly, "He's very powerful." Not to mention quasi-saints, even saints would find it difficult to be his match. The red-haired youth revealed a cold gaze and said, "But he still has to die. Who does he think he is? The young Li Su? He dares to fight against hundreds and thousands of quasi-saints alone?" Roar. On the battlefield, Chu Feng let out a long roar, and his aura became increasingly stronger. He tested the results of his cultivation and attacked without holding back. In an instant, he moved like a ghost. His movements were too fast. Amidst the terrifying golden fist imprints, more than 20 people flew up and were all pierced by him. They almost exploded. This was the result of his intentional control. He didn't want to massacre the quasi-saint camp. Otherwise, some people would definitely disintegrate, and not even their corpses would remain. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The evolvers wearing dragon-scale armor in the surroundings moved out and attacked together. There were more than 70 of them. In addition, there were also evolvers wearing other terrifying armors. All of them were beings at the late-stage quasi-saint realm. They were uniformly mobilizing their secret treasures, divine chains of order, and other things to deal a fatal blow to Chu Feng. Apart from them, there were also hundreds of people behind them. Their bodies were glowing as they used secret techniques. The saints moved in unison, and the nearby quasi-saints joined forces to target him. "Kill!" Chu Feng roared. There were so many people in the hundreds, and they were all launching an attack. The brilliance flickered like the starry sky, and the stars poured down in torrents. The pressure on him was too great. It was impossible for him to wait for them to kill him. He finally took the initiative and soared into the sky like a vicious beast in human form to evade these dazzling light beams of order. Boom! At the same time, the drawn-out sound of a bell reverberated outside his body. In addition, it was accompanied by the terrifying sound of thunder. He condensed a large bell with lightning and covered his body to resist everyone. Clang! The sound of the bell was deafening and wanted to tear the void apart. It could be seen that there were so many people on the ground attacking together. When all kinds of light beams flew over, the large bell condensed from lightning was struck until it caved in and the lightning runes almost collapsed. Heh, who does he think he is? Does he really think he can move unhindered among the quasi-saints? The red-haired youth sneered in the distance as he quietly waited for Chow to be defeated and killed. However, that large bell swelled up again at the critical moment. All the cave-in areas swelled up again, and the cracked areas were also mended. Chu Feng imperceptibly used the humanoid monarch's blood to form a golden domain. It intertwined with the lightning and fused with the large bell. Outsiders couldn't see it. After that, everyone saw that this group of people seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force field. They were distorted and maintained strange postures as they floated up. Boom! After that, hundreds of people screamed miserably as they were sent flying. Some of them had lost an arm, some a leg, and their bodies were mutilated. In the distance, the red-haired youth's expression changed. He was just saying that Chowda was courting death, but now there was a result. Hundreds of people couldn't trap and kill Chowda. A large number of people were sent flying by him and spurted out large mouthfuls of blood. This kind of scene was horrifying. A quasi-saint wasn't fighting against 10, but hundreds of quasi-saints, yet it looked very easy. Everyone, it's time to make a move. You see, Chowda is just a wild cultivator. He became so strong just because he obtained a large amount of Tao fusion grass essence. We can also become so strong after we refine him and extract the Tao fusion grass essence. The red-haired man transmitted his voice secretly to bewitch them. That was because he couldn't help it anymore. He really wanted to get rid of Chowda immediately and couldn't delay any longer. At the same time, the people he found and the death warriors he arranged also began to transmit their voices to the quasi-saint camp, bragging about the terror of the Dao fusion grass. A wisp of Dao fusion grass essence is enough to create a great expert, and Chowda has a lot of it. His combat strength is obvious to all. What are we waiting for? Let's get rid of him and seize the creation substance contained in the Dao fusion grass. Found you. At this moment, a golden light flickered in the depths of Chu Feng's eyes. That was the fiery eyes being secretly used. He had discovered the red-haired man. After that, he suddenly leaped up like a meteor and charged over. His entire body was dazzling, as if he was going to smash over. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.